there and very stable too. I was quite amazed how he has probably the minimum QSB, at least at this QTH, of about any signal there. Anyway, comping everybody else pretty well. Some better than others, and Jeep, you're holding up quite well. I'm gonna have to go ahead and get out of here, and I got some things I need to get started here this morning. Grab a bite of breakfast and get on with the program. So ain't gonna miss out on Ted, but I guess that's the way it goes. So anyway, with that, we'll pass on up to Dean up there, and Dean, you might comment whether your T3 is straight audio like it's designed, or whether you made any mods to the audio section. Sounds really good. I know whether you had the speech clipper in there, limiter, whatever they call it, with the low pass filter, band pass filter afterward, or however it works, or just run around that. Anyway, it's kind of in, but it does sound really good. KK1K to take it. W4HWT signing, but listening for a little short while. Over.
Okay, very good, John. W4HWT in the Milrad net. This is KK1K. Well, we're copying most stations. I didn't hear anything of buzz. Just barely heard Dale in there. It was Q5, but not real strong. No copy on Mike W2D either. But I think the band will probably come around a little bit. I was surprised I was not copying Brown stronger. But Gary, you're still coming in quite well, and John, you're coming in very nicely. My T3 is stock, except on the audio, little audio chassis, which is audio driver chassis, I'm going to call it. It's on the audio deck in the rear left-hand corner. I just took a couple of capacitors that were actually on that chassis. It's been many years ago that I did this, and I just bypassed the clippers and whatnot and opened it up between stages. But so I haven't done any sophisticated audio work on it. We're just using it with a D104 here microphone. So appreciate the nice report. Not a lot of sophisticated audio stuff being done on this end. And I'll be hanging around here, Jeep, for hopefully hearing Ted coming through via the cell phone there. So I'm looking forward to that this morning. I appreciate you running the net. So with that, I'm going to pass it down to Brian. Very nice signal in here this morning, Brian. KN4R to take it with the Milrad net. This is KK1K.
Okay, Dean, very good. KK1K and the old military radio net. This is Brian, KN4R, Sherrills Ford, North Carolina, returning. Well, I'm copying everybody, so I'm in the catbird seat today, and really enjoying the discussions. And Brown, nice signals from Rhode Island there. All I can say is you really get along, really get around. I think you probably win the award, the old military radio net award for the most mileage. And Gary, very good on the halfway vertical. I've got a 33-foot one here that I don't use enough. I'm going to have to start using it because your signals sound great. And you mentioned being by the St. John River. I remember reading an article about 20 years ago where a Union supply ship sank in the St. John River, and somebody did a study of all the mini balls that were found on that ship and determined that 1 out of 10 were oversized. So they said that was probably one of the reasons why they found so many rifles on the battlefields that had multiple balls jammed into them. And so anyway, I just wonder if you happen to know of that ship and if it's anywhere around in your location there. So let's see. Looking forward to hearing Ted. Hopefully, that would be wonderful. And I wonder where Glenn is this morning. I haven't heard him check in at all. Kevin, good luck with the tower project today. Want to hear all about that. And good morning to DB WB4BRB, glad to have you here from Piney Flats, Tennessee, and hope you'll come back. We're here from 5 until 7 o'clock Saturday mornings, DB, 5 to 7 a.m., and look forward to hearing you. Buzz has got a great signal. Love to hear that dynamotor in the background. Good morning to Charlie N1XZW, copying you just fine down here, Charlie. Perry, you're booming in. Masa, you also boom in here. Great to hear you again. And Mike, your ART-13 sounds great as well. And Dale always sounds good down here. So that's about it. I won't hog it. I'll pass it back to you, Chief, and then you can do a call up or continue with Steve. So K3HVG at the Old Military Radio Net, KN4R.
Thanks a lot, Jeep. Boy, you're holding a good signal in all morning here. K3HVG with the Old Military Radio Net from KK4GZQ here near Lexington, Kentucky. Let me make just a slight adjustment here, guys. And just a little less WR on the tuner here. Okay, that looks a little better to me there. And Jeep, boy, thanks a lot for running this net this morning. You've had your work cut out for you. And hello to MZ1Q. Hello to Steve. K3H. Golly, Steve. Well, I've already messed it up. Anyway, Steve, good morning to you. And good morning to Dean as well. Good copy on there from Dean up in Northeast, along with Buzz, W3MD from up north in New York City. Had a good copy on Buzz on his ART-13 as well, Steve. Yours sounds good equally. So with that, let's see here. I've gotten a little discombobulated this morning, but I want to say it's real nice to meet DB, WB4BRV there in Tennessee, the Bristol, Kingsport, Johnson City area, the tribe cities down there. Good copy here. And real nice to hear you this morning as well, and welcome to the net. I hope we hear you back on here again. Brian, good job from down in Sherrill Ford this morning. I heard John also in North Carolina a little earlier. Glad Perry got in. Jim, KN4XG, good to hear you this morning. You really sound good over here this morning, Jim. And I want to say hello to Masa, the AB9MQ. I haven't worked with Masa in a while. So Masa, you're always doing a good job out of Illinois, and I'm glad to see that you're still active here on the air, especially on AM. So Jeep, if you would go ahead and take me off the list. I've got some other things going here, a little distracted. So nonetheless, it's great to be in here on the Old Military Radio Net this morning, and I'm sorry that I was kind of hoping to hear maybe Ted on the air this morning, so I didn't know what happened with that and got a little lost on the information of what was going on there. So with that, I'm going to send it over to DB, WB4BRV there in Tennessee, and we'll say 7-3. Pick it up down there, DB. This is KK4GZQ73 from Nonsuch, Kentucky.
Okay, KK4 GZQ, Whiskey Bravo 4 Bravo, Romeo Victor. Okay, and good morning to everybody on frequency. Thank you, fellas, for letting me in, and got some good signals. I'm copying about everybody, but anyway, yeah, I put that in from. I did not know this net existed, but I'll sure try to get back in here next Saturday morning. I'm always up early, so yeah, I'll try my best to get right back in here next Saturday morning, if that's the only time you have it, or other mornings too. I've been retired for many years. I'm working toward my 87th birthday, 87. So when I got out of Uncle Sam's Navy, I went to Hartford, Connecticut, because my brothers were up there, and I worked for United Aircraft up at Windsor Locks about 3 years. Then I got homesick, and I moved back down. And one of my first rigs when I got back down here was an ART-13. So that brings back some fond memories. I really loved that rig. I loved that rig. And I just like AM anyway. I got other equipment here. I got a whole room full of radios. But anyway, I really like this AM stuff. Fellas, I'm going to sign, and I will certainly try to get back in here next Saturday morning. And if you might mention again, if it's other mornings too, I can get in. But I believe you just said Saturday morning. So 73s, everybody. Have a really good day, and we'll try to get back in. And with that, up to you, W3, I believe EMB is who I'm supposed to turn it to. I hope that's correct. And I'm going to sign on Decimal 73s, and over to you, W3 EMB, WB4 BRV.
Just a carrier, no audio.
It's N1XZW, and he might be having audio problems. Over.
No audio, Charlie. Yeah, thanks, Jeep. K3HVG in the old military radio and a W3 MMR. Let me, alright. Thanks for letting me in again, Jeep. And thanks for all the signal reports, Brian and everyone else. Good morning to all the new check-ins here. Some new unfamiliar faces. But nevertheless, real great signals. Things are starting to improve. Here a bit, Jeep, I can copy you locally here. No web SDR on this morning. Just trying to pull folks out here locally. So it's been fun just sitting here kind of scanning the interwebs, thinking about my Johnson Ranger that's blown up, and I got to replace the dial cord on my SX99 this weekend. So it's been a frustrating week for radio with stuff breaking and so on and so forth. So if I'm a little grumpy this morning, I do apologize to anyone there. Just you know how it goes sometimes. So don't mean to be. Just I guess it's why I'm an amateur, right? Anyway, great signals around here this morning. Brian, you've got to be channel master this morning, Brian. You're good 30 over S9 with an S8 to S9 noise floor here this morning. So real great to hear. Steve, again, KD3HT. Your first transmission was a lot better. Second, I didn't hear you quite as well. But anyway, just on the SDR here this morning, because all my other rigs are broken. The DX100 works, but it's not in line at the moment. So back up to you, Jeep, and I will stick in here for the remainder. Thanks, guys, for letting me back in. K3HVG in the old military radio net. This is W3MMR.
Okay, very good. And that one was a small. But not normally a bit stronger, but that's okay. 2.5 or 2.5. Okay, Masa, out to you, 89MQ, and the old military radio, that's K3HVG. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, Jeep, K3HVG, in the old military net. This is 89MQ, Masa from Normal, Illinois, still hanging in here. The condition is very interesting, but nonetheless, I copy everybody, and the Perry was coming in pretty good, but then all of a sudden it dipped, and then came back, and so I think condition is changing, and it was amazing. Brown W1NZ out, 1/8 wave antenna was doing a great job at that time, and but anyway, I copy W4NKA, W4HWC, KK1K, KN4R, and KK3HC, W3MMR, and KK4GZQ. Kevin, it's good to hear you. I haven't been active for a while because of this noise issue. In the past couple of months, this tremendous noise from a neighbor, it's just covered up the band, so I was trying to figure out the way to receive the signal, and so I set up a small magnetic loop antenna and directed in a way that I can get away from the noise, and so I'm transmitting with a dipole antenna set at the 30 feet high. It's the transmission line, the homebrew 14-gauge wire, but this transmitting antenna does have a full half wave and cut for the 75-meter band. So, but anyway, thanks for letting me in on this old military net. I really appreciate it. And WB4BRB, he was coming in pretty good too. And so, glad I can copy all the signal from East Coast and South, and with this small magnetic loop antenna. So back to you, Jeep, and I think I'm on time at this time, and I wasn't quite sure if I can copy everybody, but I'm glad this antenna is doing okay job here. K3HVG with the old military net. This is AV9MQ. This time I'll be signing 73.
Okay, 73s, and good morning, Masa. Thanks for checking in. Okay, no telephone calls yet, but we got 15 minutes to go. I'm not sure what Ted's situation might be. He's been having some difficulties kind of up and down these days. I did get word that he fell in his little assisted living apartment, but I was hoping that wouldn't preclude him from giving it a try. Well, we'll hope springs eternal. Mike, up to you. WU2D in the old military radio net. K3HVG, go ahead.
This is WU2D. Again, good morning to everyone on the net. We would like to hear from Ted and have been closely following all of the things that have been going on with him, with his medical conditions and so on. So we will hear him here eventually, I'm sure, Jeep. So I've been working on some low frequency preparation I would like to get a station going on 630 meters this winter. That's the goal. And I've got the receive set up pretty much working nicely. I have a loop antenna that I've put out in the woods, and it is formulated for the low frequencies, 87 feet of coax with 3 turns. So you can imagine this is a very large loop on kind of an 8-foot by 8-foot crossword puzzle frame. So you can imagine a kind of a 6-sided loop antenna with 87 feet of coax wrapped around it. That's a pretty big loop to put out in the woods. And I've developed a couple of loop amplifiers, and I've got 100 feet of buried coax going out to that loop. And does it compare to a beverage antenna? That's always the question. And I can say that this is a very favorable comparison. Of course, it's a large assembly. A lot of the key to this is putting something out in the woods in a quiet spot, and then turning the loop until you get the best null to your local noise, and just leave it there. So there you go. Back to you, G. K3HVG from WU2D.
Okay, Mike, very good. WU2D, the old military radio. Now, K3HVG. Yeah, I've tried some low freak here, but I'm in a fairly well-developed, it's suburban, but nonetheless, I have some noises around here. The only success I ever had was using an Aircraft Radio Corporation manually, rotated loop, the little small ADF antennas, and I could put that, it's outside the window, and with the null capability, I could hear some of the, low frequency beacons. But just tuning up, a BC453 or something like that, or any of these other communications receivers, the noise level is just horrendous. But maybe I'll try one of these loops, commercial loops that'll go down to that and maybe come up with something. Okay, Dale, perhaps you can give it a try. KW1I and the old military radio net, K3HVG. Go ahead.
Okay, very good, Jeep. Yeah, I had some problems arcing on one of the antennas, so we're on the T368. You're coming in great. Thanks for taking the net. It was challenging a little bit earlier. I won't go down through the list, but good stations coming in. I still haven't copied Dean yet, and some of the local New England stations aren't that strong even yet. And we're standing by to see if we can hear from Ted this morning. That would be great. So I'll keep it very short. This is KW1I in Bow, New Hampshire on the T368. Back to you, Jeep.
Station trying to check in. Try it again.
WA7DIN.
Oh, okay. Let me get my list here so I can... Okay, DWD9DIA. Okay, go ahead and make a transmission. K3HVG, over.
Good morning, Chief. I had to jump in here and missed the call-up, so I thought I'd just throw my call in here. We're running about 20 watts this morning for about 39, dipole up about 40 feet. Just curious as how well everybody is hearing this Filipino radio. I'd say about 20 watts out. Not too much to add. First time I've been on in a long time. Conditions very good this morning. Band's fairly quiet. Back to you, Jeep. K3HVG in the net. WA7DIA.
Okay, WA7DIA. Good signal, Jack. 20 watts. I'm impressed. You're doing a good job. No problem at all. Okay, other stations, try it now, and then we'll go back up to the top and have a quick recap here before we close.
8 degrees here in western Mass this morning. Hopefully it's going to warm up a little bit. Looking for a little bit better day than yesterday. Not too much going on in the radio front, just kind of moving all of the efforts inside the house because the be in and out on this one, Jeep, and I'll be listening out, say 73s as well. And the 3HVG for WA1JUJ.
Okay, we have you in and out, Kevin, WA1JUJ. Thanks for checking in. And still waiting for Ted. Been communicating with the family, and he gets picked up by a family member about 6:30 to go to his doctor's visits a couple, 3 times a week, and they were going to call me from the car by a cell phone. But so far, no joy. But as I mentioned, Ted does have his ups and downs, so perhaps that wasn't possible. But we still have a little bit of time left. Back to the top of the list, and the first block, W1NZR, KK1K, KN4R, and this time KD3HT. Maybe I can copy this time, Steve. Brown, W1NZR, KD3HVG. Go ahead.
Okay, Jeep. Excellent. And thank you once again for orchestrating the insanity here. Doing very, very well. And the propagation switch has been thrown, at least here up in the Northeast. I hope that, Jack, I hope you're copying me, W7DIA. Great to hear you, and as I would like to say, things are fine with your ARC 39. 20 watts making it into New England very nicely. I have one of those foolish things as well. It's down in North Carolina, so I need to get it on the air. Yours is the only one I've ever heard, but very good. Dale, good morning to you. Nice signal. Mike, good morning to you. Very good on your low frequency, or I should say medium frequency efforts, and I'd like to do the same. It's been a while, but very nice signals here on HF this morning. And Perry, you're also coming in as you usually do. Actually, in both of my locations, you're always strong. Anyway, we'll keep it moving along. I'll be hanging around after Ted, Ted. Maybe we will hear from Ted after Jeep closes the net. KK1K in the Milrad net from W1NZR.
Okay, very good, Brown, W1NZR. I don't know why. It never occurred to me that you were in Rhode Island. Of course, that explains the signal issue this morning, but you're coming in very nicely now. W1NZR and the Milrad net, KK1K. Well, good morning to all. And Dale, your signals are very fine up here right now. I just heard a little squeak when you first came on, but you're coming in gangbusters. So I'll just say good morning all the way around. Jeep, thanks so much for running the net. Did a fabulous job. I was optimistic we might hear from Ted this morning, but, maybe in the future. So thanks again for your efforts. Again, all signals are coming in good. Just a quick comment, Mazda, with your Central Electronics 20A, I think you said, and a limited amount of power. After that, you're doing a very nice job here, and we're copying you very good from Normal, Illinois. And I think that's probably it. So I'll say good morning to all. We'll be listening out for a bit. So the next station up, I think, is Brian, KN4R. Go ahead, Brian. This is KK1K and the Milrad net.
Very good, KK1K and the old military radio net. This is Brian, KN4R, returning for the final round. Very good on all. And Mike, sounds like a very interesting project there on the 630 meters and the 600 loop. So send us some pictures. Love to see a copy, see something on that. And Jack, WA7DIA, good morning. Haven't heard you in a while. You sound really, really good on the ARC 39 here in North Carolina. So one quick question for the net, and I won't hold it. We've been discussing the Eldeco twins on our local evening net here, the R104. Second source for the Collins S line or KWM2, and only sold to the military, and I was surprised about that. I did not know that. Apparently, REL tried to sell it to the civilian market, and Collins got upset and ended up getting a cease and desist order against them for that. So anyway, we have a pair here, and Mir WF2U just got a pair as well. So we've been discussing. So anybody that was around back then, maybe you can comment on who all used the Eldeco twin. So anyway, over to you, Steve, and I've enjoyed the net this morning. KD3HT from the old military radio net, KN4R.
Yeah, okay, Brian here, and a lot of stations remote now. Good morning to Dean and Dale and Mike up in the Northeast, Kevin, Buzz, hearing you guys directly finally. So, very good, standard old operating position and procedure here with the ART-13, and sitting back looking at the light starting to show up in the sky, although it looks very overcast today. But I think it's supposed to be pretty nice, so hey, we'll make the best of it. Hope everyone else can do the same, and we'll look forward to catching everybody next week. Special hello out to you, Jack. Been a while. Hopefully you're copying me down there in Georgia. So 73, thanks for running the net, Jeep. I'll be listening out here. K3HVG and the old military radio net, KD3HT.
Okay, Steve, very good. Yeah, you came up nicely that time. Very nice indeed. And, yeah, Brian, vis-a-vis the Eldecos, I had one years ago. My biggest problem was getting a manual set from the factory. I was in the Mars program when I was stationed at Dover, and we had the Eldeco set up here. I remember the power supplies were very problematic. If you have one of them, I found I had to rebuild the power supply and do a little bit of beefing up the diodes and stuff. It just needed some work, but they do work though, and I concur. Yeah, there was a big legal brouhaha between the Eldeco, what is that? Electronics Development Corporation, something like that. But yeah, the Air Force had the big contract with them, and I would venture to say that 50% of the Mars stations had Eldeco gear. The rest of them, I'm not sure where they went, but I got mine after I came off active duty. I bought it from the manager of the local ham store. Anyway, let's continue on, see if we can pick up a couple of more stations here. Next block, KM4XG, W3EMD, N1XZW, and W3MMR. And then we'll get the last three here after Perry. So KM4 XG and the old military radio net, K3HVG, over.
KA4KOE.
Uh-oh, no audio again.
Yeah, I got your AOE here. We're standing by for X-ray golf. Perhaps no audio.
It's just a carrier on frequency.
Okay, perhaps he's gone then. All right, W3EMD, if you copy me, Buzz, go ahead.
It's 30 over 9 now, Jeep. K3HVG, W3EMD in the group. Yeah, as somebody said, when the switch gets thrown, it's incredibly rapid. You go from uncopyable to 30 over 9 in a space of 2 minutes. Now hearing all the New England stations, all the signals are good in here in New York State, near the town of Rheinbeck, if anybody's interested, like the River Rhine in Germany, BECK Rheinbeck. And looks like a fairly nice day here. Great to hear some of the stations I've not heard before. like AB9MQ out there. I'm not sure he's copying out in Normal, Illinois. Looked at his QRZ.com page. Boy, what an amazing collection of equipment he has out there. Some of it Japanese and some American made. So say 73 to all and a very good morning. And look for you. I will be on next week. K3HVG, W3EMD. Go ahead.
Okay, very good, Buzz. And yeah, you're loud and clear. You're 20 over 9 now with the dynamotor noise. We have to have that. Okay, November 1, X-Ray Zulu Whiskey. Go ahead, Charlie. Anybody here N1XZW? Okay, W3MMR. Perry, why don't you give it a try?
Yeah, okay, Jeep. I do see a carrier in there. Maybe a couple of people are having audio issues this morning, but it's a very weak carrier, and I'm not sure if it's Charlie or not, but usually it's a little weaker than Charlie's. But yeah, Buzz, talk about the switch getting flipped. My God. Now everybody's there. Hi, Buzz. Good morning. Good morning to Steve, KD3HT. Good morning to Dean, KK1K. Gosh, who else? I'm not writing anything down, but I heard everybody, all the regulars, and good morning, everyone. Real great conditions now. So real great to hear everyone here this morning. So we'll say 7-3. Thanks, Jeep, for running the net. As always, Ted, if you happen to be listening, I hope you're feeling great, and I hope all is well. And maybe he will stick around here. Maybe he'll call in. You phone patch him in here. I'll be sticking around for the remainder. So it will be really good to hear his voice. And I guess you guys said that Glenn, N1SNG, you haven't heard him this morning. So maybe I'll shoot him an email. Make sure all is on the up and up on his end there. Kind of weird not to see him here on a Saturday morning, so hope all is well there. So anyway, we'll say 7-3 again. Jeep, thank you very much for doing a great job with Annette and Brian and all with the relays, and greatly appreciated. We'll say 7-3. Have a fantastic day, a great weekend, and we'll catch you guys next week. K3HVG in the old military radio net. This is W3MMR. 7-3 for now.
Kilo 8 Echo Whiskey Mike.
Yeah, okay, Perry. Yeah, Glenn was having a severe noise issue, which is why he wasn't on the air. He's fine. It's just it was a technical issue. Mike, up to you, Mike. WU2D, K3HVG in the net. Go ahead.
Did you call KOE here?
Yeah, I was going to pick you up there at the end, but that's okay. These guys have all had a try. KA4 AOE, make a transmission. K3HVG, go ahead.
Okay, well, thank you very much. The suffix is kilo. Kilo Alpha 4 Kilo. Philip in Richmond Hill, Georgia. I don't know if I'm catching that or not, but I'm getting ready to go out and play some music for the German Society out here at Ebenezer, where my here in Richmond, Georgia, where my forebears settled back in the 1700s. Play some music for them. I'm actually dressed up decent this year. You can imagine that. Harry, quite well. MMR, my friend up there in the Northeast, and I'm listening to 75A4 this morning and transmitting on a solid state to Super Senior. But I know y'all heard it. I had trouble with the net. I managed to get the notch on the projection tuning on the 75A4 cranked a little bit, so I understood a little bit of it. Fairly annoying carrier down here. I don't know what that was all about. Anyway, that's all we have at the moment. God bless everyone. Have a great weekend and be safe out there in this wild and crazy world. AA4K.
Okay, KA4KOE. What's the handle down there? Yeah, what's your name? I didn't copy your name.
My name is Philip. Papa Hotel, India Papa, Philip.
Okay, Philip, very good. Thank you for checking in with us. And you're always welcome to come back anytime. Mike, are you still with us? And then we'll pick up Dale and then Jack. No joy on Ted, I guess, for whatever reason. WU2D, K3HVG, are you still with us, Mike?
Yeah, I'm still here, and I'm all for letting other guys in, that's for sure, G. So nothing more to add up this way. Enjoyed the net this morning, WU2D.
Okay, good deal. Always a pleasure, Mike. Dale, KW1I, and Annette, K3HVG. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks, Jeep. This is KW1I, and just wanted to make mention that Brown's coming in good from Rhode Island. Good to hear you up here. And Brian, I'm not sure if Brian's still copying, but it's always great to hear his signal. I was running down the list here. And Mike, the 630 meter stuff sounds, that loop sounds fabulous. So you have to keep us informed. Great to hear Jack come in. I don't know if he's hearing us down in Georgia right now. And Kevin, maybe we'll hear him noontime on the net there on 60 meters. And Philip was very good. The last station before Mike. And then Dean was rolling right in. So things are great now, and too bad we didn't hear from Ted, but thanks for having everything in readiness, Jeep. K3HVG, have a great week. This is KW1I in Bow, New Hampshire.
Okay, Dale. Well, thank you for checking in. Excellent signal at this time. And, yeah, I thought I had it coordinated, but who knows what shape Ted was in. You know, if you're not there, you don't know the situation. Jack, down to Warner Robins, WA7DIA, and the last of the old military radio net, K3HVG. Go ahead. Okay, Jack, well, thank you much for persevering and checking in. At this time, we will close the net. Time now 0710. And thank you all for checking in and bearing up. We all do what we can when we can. So closing the net at this time, K3HVG will be standing by on the frequency just in case, probably till about 20 after. See y'all later.
Oh, great. Here's Matt KU from Kilo Echo Whiskey Mike. Good morning. Tried to check in the tail end there, but I guess I didn't make it. Here's Delta. I'm about 75 miles east of Portland right now, Lake Erie. New QTH, new setup and all that. I wanted to check into the net and just say hello and check in for the numbers, but I didn't quite make it. Over.
Yeah, well, I'm not part of the net. That's weird. And I heard you throw your call out there a few times. So, yeah, you're coming in okay there in northern Wisconsin, north of Green Bay, about 50 miles. No problem. They should probably, so they let it go for the day. So, what was it, K8EWS or KSIK?
Yeah, very good. I didn't get the name there. Name here is Delta. No problem with that. I'll check it a little earlier next week if I'm available. Running a 20-watt carrier from an Flex 6500, and the antenna is just a 80 meters up, inverted B, that's about 40 feet. Put it last Sunday. Somewhat temporary, but you end up getting it back forever. You got a tremendous signal. You're 20 over. I'm surprised my 20 watts is moving to Wisconsin. Over.
Oh, yeah, my handle is Golf India Lima. I should have said that. Yeah, I'm running a Valiant, I got my buck meter set up. Just about 90 watts. I'm doing more than that, but sometimes my line voltage changes. But yeah, it's a good path. That's all we got is a good path between us out there. Well, of course, there's another net 6:30 Central, 5:30 Eastern, so you could stick around and check in with those guys. That's what I
believe. And it's supposed to be in Andromeda, but they...
Well, very good, Joe, and thanks for acknowledging my call. Appreciate that. No, I'm going to move some holes in a little bit here. About 15, 20 minutes or so. So I'll get out of here. Thank you again for acknowledging me. And the report from Wisconsin is quite amazing. I have a couple of amps here, but one's obviously my line, the other one is chewing out the band, so I figured I'd give a 20-watt call. Have a great day. 73 KF9KU from Kilowatt 8 Echo Whiskey Mike.
All right. Yeah, well, in any time they're good copy, and yeah, you should have no problem getting on with that 20 watts. A lot of guys run low power out here. So 73 K8EWM, KF9KU, we'll be standing by for the net.
I can hear another station on there. Old man, name here is Ed, Echo Delta, Kilo 8, Echo Whiskey Mike, up here in Northeast Ohio, and just can't quite pull you out.
Morning, KF9KU.
Good morning, Gil. Copy you fine. This is AB9MQ.
Oh, good morning, Masa. For a while there, I was thinking that the band was very long, and people down your way and Milwaukee and so forth were not propagating well into the north here. Yeah, I've got 24 degrees, expecting a beautiful day today and a very wet, snowy day tomorrow. So, sounding good up here, Masa. AB9MQ, KF9KU.
Okay, Gil. KF9KU. Yeah, very good. Nice copy this morning. The band is not skipping. So it's a good thing. I got up early this morning, a little bit early as unusual. And yesterday I worked on antenna for the receiving, and I had this noise issue in the past couple months that the neighbor started this, I think it's tropical plant growing setup, or either that or maybe cannabis growing, that type of thing. And then they did the grow light noise, and it's just propagating quite a few long distance around here in the neighborhood. And I pretty much determined which houses it's coming from. And it's just to cover up all the HF band and a portion of the broadcast band on the radio. And so I figured maybe I should try to now out there noise source. I got this magnetic group antenna. It's a very small amplifier group antenna, and directed away from that noise source. And I was able to attenuate quite a bit, and it made a little difference. But still, I hear the residual noise. So what I did was combine the signal coming from the magnetic group and then the dipole antenna, and with this MFJ noise cancellers, and inverse the phase, and pretty much now out on this spot it's only 5-meter band, so that way I can hear people, and so that's what I been doing. And that time what I did was I changed the position of this magnetic loop and walk around in the backyard. Where is the best spot that I can receive the signal? So anyway, so I can copy you very good signal, Gil. KF9KU. This is AB9MQ.
Yeah, I thought I heard a there breaker. Okay, just somebody tuning up. Yeah, AB9MQ, KF9KU. Yeah, that's a very good job there. I remember back in the early days, we used to have some QRMers, and at that time I was on 3913 a lot, and the guys would do what you're doing there, and they could tell from the know which direction the interference was coming from. You get about 2 or 3 guys around the Midwest there, and they would null it off in whichever direction, and pretty soon they could almost identify. I don't know if they did, but they could identify who was causing the trouble, at least where he was situated. So yeah, very good on that. Yeah, those grow lights, I didn't know they made that kind of interference. And I guess in your state, Illinois, it's legal to grow cannabis now. So, oh boy, I wonder if there's any other hams that are going to start getting bothered with that. Of course, where I'm at here, if they did have a grow light, it would be 400 feet away. Be the closest neighbor, and I don't think he'd would try doing something like that. Yeah, very good. So, good thing we got out here for the warm up for Dave. Kept the band open, so I'll send it back to you there and see if maybe he's listening. And you might have to turn it to him. AB9MQ, KF9KU.
Yeah, KF9KU. Yeah, this grow light, it has a very powerful bar. Usually at like 1 kW, that creates a tremendous noise. And unfortunately, those things I think it's getting on here. Thin RF, my frequency shifting here. Maybe I should think of this knob here. But anyway, I think it's getting closer to the time to the net, so we'll send her over to Dave with our 9WRL and see if he's here. And I'm sure he is. And so we'll go back to Dave, W9WRL. This is AB9MQ.
Dave, are you around or am I not receiving?
No, I'm here. It's just now 6:30. Can't hear you very well, Gil. I can't hear Matt at all, but I'm ready to go if you are. Over.
Yes, it's your time to go, and Masa turned it to you, and I'm turning it to you also, KF9KU, W9WRL, and the Midwest Classic Radio Net, KF9KU.
Okay, Gil. Yeah, about 5 minutes ago I heard you loud and clear, and then you've been fading ever since. And now I still hear you, but it's very touchy. And I could barely detect that Moss was in there, but I certainly couldn't cop any audio from him. I'll get you down the list. So let's get started. Okay, good morning, guys. This is Dave, W9WRL Mullen. You're not very good yet. I have AB9MQ and KF9KU. Is there anybody else who would like to join the W9ZTY VentureKM this morning? Over.
Whiskey Quebec.
20 Sugar Box.
It might have been off frequency or something, but then it kind of cleared up a little bit. Yeah, you heard somebody else, but I couldn't copy them. Brian, let me ask you, did you hear anybody else here? Thank you. We'll stand by again here and see if I can have one more time, and Jim's going to listen and then relay to me. Go ahead.
I'll try again. 10, 9, 8. November 9.
Copy that.
Whiskey, Quebec. And 9WQ.
Go ahead, Brian. Okay, so I'm sorry, was it N9WQ and then N9HNA and So it sounds like N9WQ. Is that who you were?
Again, he's pretty good with that.
That's the old twice. We're going to go with N9WQ and then E9HMA. All right, well, let's stop there because conditions aren't too good. Let's run this list and see if maybe things don't improve. So it's a little touch and go. Guys, we may have to give each other some overs. Let's do this. Let's go with GL09KU. To Masa. And Masa, you give over to Brian, K0EFJ. And then Brian, you give it over to Jim, C9CXL. Jim, you can give it to Dave, N9WQ. And then Dave can give it to Stan, N9HNA. Let's try that, see what happens. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay, Dave. Wow, we're just barely hanging on here. W9WRL, KF9KU. Yeah, you're about S7, S8 here, but my noise level's pretty far down today. It's down to like about S5, so very good copy otherwise, and a good copy on Masa, of course. I could not hear Jim DXL. That's unusual. He's up in the north, just to the west of me there. Good copy on Brian. Couldn't hear Dave or HMA. So anyway, I'm running the Johnson Valley. Here's the military net clear off, and it was kind of quiet there. So I thought I'd get in there and call a little bit, and Masa came back, so we were able to keep the frequency open for you there, and everything's working right here, except for the band conditions. I'm running a NC-173 receiver, 24 degrees. We are located 60 miles north of Green Bay at Twin Bridge, Wisconsin. Over to you, Masa, and then you're going to turn it to Brian, K0EFJ, AB9MQ, KF9KU.
Okay, Gail, KF9KU with AB9MQ. Yeah, I copy Brian, very nice signal. And although all the other stations are kind of weak right now, but so I'm using the QESDL, the Lake County, Ohio, and receivers. I copy everybody, and by my locations, it's still the band is wrong. And I got up this morning a little bit earlier, so that way I can check in with the old military net. And many East Coast stations will copy my PW signal from here. But anyway, this morning I'm on the Central Electronics multi-phase exciter 20A with Mud Tube, and 20A is driving Johnson Thunderbolt, getting about 20 watts into the dive 30 feet high. As for the transmit, the receiving antenna is the magnetic loop. Magnetic loop is combined with the dipole and the MFJ noise canceller. And that way I can get local noise. And that noise should disappear probably about an hour or so. They have the grow light, so this guy is able to time. So until then, I will continue to use the magnetic loop and receiving from the SDR as a receiver portion of the non-human is the one I'm using. So with that, I will send over to you, Brian. A very nice signal. K0EFJ and the group. This is AB9MQ. AB9MQ.
Superior 27 degrees.
Yeah, he's done. It's up to you there, Dave.
I wanted to hear him a little bit about Austin. Guys, the minute that I could do reminded that also we're having an object here as well as your
too cold and miserable. Pulling cylinder heads off its motors. Go ahead, John. KC2FXE. This is W1BKK.
Oh, good morning, everybody. KC2FXE Catskill. What size engine do you have in that thing? You got a 230 or a 300?
Get a breaker in it. Kilo 8 India Golf. Good morning.
K1WXY, was that you? Okay, got you on the list. K1WXY. Yeah, it's neither, John. It's 170 straight 6. 170 cubic inch straight 6.
W1. All right. I know they made several different straight 6s. I didn't know which one. Okay, you got the little baby one, a 170. All right. There's a guy down here in New York that has a lot of Fords. I'll have to go talk to him. See if we can come up with something. All right, I'm going to go get my coffee, and I'll be back a little bit later. KC2FXE. Morning.
Kilo 8 India Golf.
Sorry.
W1EKG.
Yeah, I got you, Ross. There were a couple breakers before you that were doubling. Here's the stations I have so far marked while you were away. John, KC2FXE. Steps, K1WXY. And Ross just spoke in W1EKG. So there were some others too, but they were doubling and I didn't get them. So for the other stations who just tried to check in, please call.
Kilo 8 India Golf, Fred in Mayfield.
Hello. How are you, Fred? K8 India Golf. Was there anyone else? Anyone else now? So add K8IG to the list I gave you there, Mark.
I got the list. I just have to type it in here, so I'll be back in a second.
Okay. John, I very much appreciate that. And I can get you a casting number that would be perfect. But in the past, I've had to be satisfied with something that wasn't the exact casting number and was close, and have the machine shop enlarge the carburetor bore, the intake bore, to a larger diameter. In these heads, you probably know the intake manifold is an integral part of the casting of the cylinder head. But anyway, if you got a good email, I can jot it down and send you that information. If you could do that, that would be help me out there. That would be great. Away from the microphone.
And we got, I could check for you, but we have one that does the extraction work for you. If they have a database. I don't know to what extent the database is, but if there's a Falcon out back, they can pull the head, and you just stop by and pay for it.
Yeah, do you know the name of it? I can look them up and call them up.
Not off the top of my head. I'd have to do a Google on it or drive out there. No, I haven't been out to a junkyard in decades.
Yeah, neither have I.
But if you want, I'll look up the name and pass it on to you.
Very much, Al. Thank you.
K1SRE.
This is W1QIX here. Good morning, good morning, good morning.
WM4CH.
reports Steve. Good morning, Steve.
I got both the stations. Okay, I'm going to read off the list here that I have so far. And if you don't hear your call sign, give me a call. WA2SQQ, WX10, N1GP, AJ1G, KE1MI, NE1S, W1DPP, N1X, ZW, NS1A, KC2, CKO, KC2, FXC, K1WXY, W1EKG, K8IG, WA1QIX, and WM4CH.
Cone of silence has been lowered.
Now that is a hummy carrier.
I was going to measure the hum, but it went away too quick.
Transmitter doesn't know the words.
Well, it wasn't me, but this is N3RIK. Good morning.
Roger, N3RIK, we got you.
Cool.
Okay.
Morning, Bruce.
Morning, Steve.
People, when you're tuning out, you go off frequency. I mean, even if it's just 3KC, but tuning right on the frequency. And some of us stations have hi-fi receivers, so even if you're only 20 cycles off, it's a horrendous signal.
Well, 20 cycles off is essentially on frequency. Yeah, sounds like a reasonable turnout for the pre-net. Boy, it is. It's a cold, crisp day out there for sure. Anyway, just in the kitchen here, waiting for the beginning of the net. WA1QIX.
Well, 20 cycles on this station is a horrendous signal. I don't know what the frequency it goes down to, but it's if you're that close, it's the shakes the place.
Oh, definitely.
Not to drive the station away, just a request. So, W1VTP for ID, in case anybody cares.
Well, you're an old codger, Al, so you're allowed to grouse a little bit.
Yeah, okay. Well, Sammy is refining his activities a little bit, but not too much. I don't want him to refine them too much, then because he then becomes somebody else's kitty, if you know what I mean. But he is a lap cat to end all lap cats. I cannot believe the time that we've spent together. Either doing my computer work or watching television. And a lot of the times he just curls up and goes to sleep.
Always a real lap cat. Yeah, very good, Al. That's excellent. Yeah, nice having a cat like that.
But anybody else come in the room and he's on full alert and he's ready to defend his territory.
Elaine and I, but anybody strange comes through the door, he's nowhere to be found.
Yeah. I'm not sure if a stranger came in the house how he'd react, but the rest of the family, he holds his ground and defends it.
Mine just goes and hides.
That's all right.
friendly to strangers, but he'd rather sit beside you than on you.
He has this trick where he goes up on the arm of the chair and then rolls into a upside down position beside me. Somewhat cute. I think I've caught a picture of that, in fact. But he just rolls into the position and he's just a ball of fur beside me.
This cat Maximus had the habit of sleeping on his back. He loved to sleep on his back. I can shoot you a picture. I've got it as my wallpaper on my computer.
I have a folder for all of your stuff.
A folder of cat pictures that I put in. Any pictures here.
W1VTP, Friday.
NE1S. And what other reason would there be?
Protocol.
SRE. Any additional stations for the Lonely Guys Peanut?
How many do you have at this point, Mark?
19.
Okay, that's about average for the pre-net, I guess.
That was including Chet. But Chet signed out with the SRE company, so I got him laid out there.
Okay, or pinked out, whatever color I use to indicate somebody's checked out.
Oh, grayed out means grayed out.
Yeah, I know. I just don't use the color green. I just don't remember what color it is. Well, Mark, you might as well upload the database. Let's see. I'll bring up my copy of the logging software here. I can check in all the... there it goes. I got it. Isn't automatic sync wonderful? I tell ya. I got 2 copies of the logger running. One here in the kitchen and one out in the sunroom. And every one of them, all copies automatically sync up. Because I go back during the net. I go back and forth between the kitchen here and the sunroom during the net. So I just have the software running on both computers, and they sync up very nicely. Anyway, any more? Or do we have more check-ins for the Lonely Guys Prenet? This is WA1Q. I'm going to get in a position to actually be able to type here. WA1QIX.
WA1 Henry.
Oh, very good, Tim. We got you. I went out this morning and checked the 160-meter antenna. Everything looked good, and I lengthened it 2 feet on each end because it's coax fed. So down on 1885, I had a little bit of a mismatch there, but not bad. 2 feet on each end. Took care of that. It still is good up on 1945 for the gray-haired net. And I thought I heard somebody else in there when Tim checked in. Was there another station checking into the Lonely Guys Prenet? Yeah, was there another station trying to check into the Lonely Guys Prenet? Yes, not. Alright, what do we got here? We got about, I don't know if I can see it. Looks like we got about 30 seconds. No, we got about, about 30 seconds before the beginning of the net. The boys are there.
anxiously waiting out in Greenwich, England. The question today has to do with upcoming winter, but we'll save that until. All right, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bing! If it's the Lonely Guys on a Saturday morning, it must be 8 o'clock local time, Eastern Daylight Time. Well, right now we're back to Standard Time, but you know what I mean, local time. Calling only the Lonely Guys. The Lonely Guys Amplitude Modulation Network meets every Saturday morning at 8 a.m. local time on the Eastern local time on a frequency of 3875 kilocycles. The purpose of the net is fellowship. We support each other in our RF loneliness, and we do that very, very well. Joining the net is easy. All you've got to do is check into the net, get the attention of the net control station, indicate that you'd like to become a permanent member of the net, and we will assign you a Lonely Guys number. And I think at this point we're up to 512 Lonely Guys since our first meeting in the year 2000. So that's pretty impressive. Let me put my other glasses on so I can actually see something here. I got my far away distance glasses on. Look at these fancy prescription reading glasses. Oh man, perfect distance for the computer. They actually call them computer glasses. The net has a topic of the day, and today, much of the Northeast anyway has had snow. We've had some snow. We've had some places have had several inches of snow. Matter of fact, there was several inches of snow here in my town, but not where I live, not right here. But if I went a few miles away, there was about 2 inches of snow there, which of course prompted me and maybe many other people to all of a sudden look outside and say, "Oh boy, I'm not ready for winter yet." And I suspect other people have the same issue. So the question is, are you ready for the advent of winter, or are you ready for winter? I guess we're in the advent of winter now. Are you ready for winter? And if not, what do you have left to do? So that's the question. Are you ready for the coming of winter and snow and ice and things like that? And if not, what have you got left to do? What do you got to do before serious winter sets in? That little couple inches of snow here did finally subside, but in town it didn't get it here, but it was a strong warning that you better get ready there, boy. So before we begin here, let's see if we have more check-ins for the Lonely Guys. This is WA1QIX. All right, let's see. I heard 2 stations. There might have been more. I got KB1MCV. Good morning to you, Jim. And we've got KA1T. Good morning to you, Tom. Were there other stations checking into the Lonely Guys? I guess not. Okay, so I presume you gentlemen heard the topic of the day. So we'll start right up with Mark. And Mark, thanks so much for doing the pre-net. I was up kind of early this morning working on went outside and immediately worked on the antennas. And my 160-meter antenna broke off in a 40-mile-an-hour windstorm we had here. When was that? Yesterday? It was really windy. And I folded back up in the pitch blackness, and so I wanted to make sure it was there. And while I was at it, I lengthened it 2 feet. So I've already been up and around, but I heard you running the pre-net nice and early. So thanks very much for doing that. It's a super important part of the net. Thanks everybody who work with Mark on the pre-net. I heard several stations checking or helping him. So right over to you there, Mark. Are you ready for the onslaught of winter? Or if not, what do you still have to get done before everything is ready? You're so organized, you're probably already ready. K1SRE, and then over to Bob, SQQ after that. And then Bruce in Middlebury, Vermont, where they probably had snow, but he's not there. I think he's down in Maryland. So, but they probably have had snow up in Vermont. K1SRE, WA1 QIX and the Lonely Guys.
WA1 QIX. K1SRE. Still a speaker there. Well, we didn't. We have yet to get a measurable amount of snow. In general, we don't get a lot of snow here on the coast. There's like a 3-mile buffer between the water and where there's measurable snow. I mean, we've had heavy snows here before, but it's very unusual. And we've had up to 2 feet, 3 feet of snow here. That does happen. And my snowblower is sitting at the ready. I have, gas without any alcohol or any kind of additives in it, and clean gas. So I don't have to worry about having issues there. And the snowblower has a 2-foot scoop, so 24-inch scoop. So if I roll more than 2 feet of snow, I may have to go through where I'm going 2 times to get it cleaned out. And also I have the option of getting on the phone and calling the guy who lives about 2 houses away from me. And he comes with his truck and he plows me out. So I'm ready. Bring it on. I don't care. Anyway, the only thing I do is shovel off the front door stoop. I have a piece of granite out there to step up to the front door, and I just get the ice off of that, and then my friend Brian comes and does the rest for me. And so that's the deal. But I have a early warning system here on my own weather station, and I know what's going on. So anyway, yeah, thanks for Larry for letting me go out there and see a man about a horse, and then I also got to watch the clock. WA1 QIX, the Lonely Guy. K1SRE. Over.
Yeah, excellent there, Mark. K1SRE, WA1 QIX and the Lonely Guys. Very good. Well, you just mentioned the snowblower and gas. Well, that's one thing I haven't done yet. I got to do that. Not that I use the snowblower a lot, but when we get a lot of snow, I like to snow blow the walkways and the area right in front of the garage doors and stuff like that. So that's got to be taken care of. Anyway, thanks very much for all you do with the pre-net, Mark. It's super appreciated. And it's a big part of the net, and we will be talking to you probably before next week. All right, let's see. Right over to Bob there, WA2SQQ, WA1QIX and the Lonely Guys.
Okay, good morning to everybody. It's WA2SQQ. 37 degrees in Elmwood Park, New Jersey this morning. It's probably one of the few times that I can say I am 110% prepared. Over the summer, the garage got cleaned out completely. I put a new roof on the garage, painted it, new garage door, that's done. The end of last season, I picked up a new Honda snowblower. I got to use it twice, and it was great. So it's all ready to go. Gas is there. Just bring on the snow, and I'm actually looking forward to it. We don't get as much snow as some of you guys up in the North Country, but I think we had about 14 or 16 inches the last snowfall last year, and the new snowblower really made very easy work out of it. And I like the snow. I know it's crazy. My son wants me to move to Florida, and I said, nope, I like my 4 seasons. So we'll see what happens. But anyway, that's it. I got up early this morning. I've got the local utility company coming in to do a small repair job on the heating unit over here. They should be here any minute. So I'm glad the timing worked out like it did. I got in here But looking forward to that, and also with the winter comes the DX season on 160 there. I'm looking forward to that as well. I'm going to finish up and see if I can finish up my DXCC on 160. WA1QIX, WA2SQQ.
Well, that's quite an accomplishment. DXCC on 160. That's pretty good. Very good there, Bob. It sounds like you're reasonably more than reasonably prepared there. Yeah, we get a lot more snow here, and a lot more persistent snow than certainly you do down in Jersey. Anyway, good to hear you. Thanks for being part of the net this morning, and we'll look for you next week for sure. All right, let's get over to Bruce there. Then we'll have a quick call up, and then we'll call Paul there on down on Cape Cod. So. WX10, WA1 QIX and the Lonely Guys.
No problem. So, in deference to Al, now that I have command of the frequency, I'll do my little tune-up. So, stand by 1 second, please. We'll see what happens. That's good. Okay. No, I'm not in Maryland. Surprise. Uh-oh. Yeah, we are back in Vermont there, Steve. Cutting in and out. Do you detect something going on back to you?
Yep, you're cutting in and out. Or let's put it this way, when you cut out, you don't go out all the way, but the signal drops quite a bit.
Oh, boy. Well, let's see what I can do here. Quit moving around. So we're back in Maryland. Mary Alice has to get ready for hip surgery coming up at the end of December. And so we came back up from Maryland midweek, and when we got here, we had 4 inches of snow. But it rained the latter part of the week, and so it's all gone again. So am I ready for winter? Yes, we are ready for winter. And the VW Passato's in its sleeping bag inside the barn. Barn doors are shut up so the leaves don't blow in. Camper is winterized and under its cover. And there's nothing else I have to do outside here. Today, however, I have a friend coming over. I'm going to attempt to load a back of the SUV into the house and put it on the kitchen cabinet, and that project will be done. That'll be our countertop. So, I don't know. I think I got a loose connection here somewhere. And I missed last week, so I do not have an update on N1TZU, and I hope that's not bad news. But good to hear you again, Steve. WA1QIX, WX10.
Yeah, very good, Bruce. WX10, WA1QIX and the Lonely Guys. Yeah. Well, when you came on, I said, "Oh, he's not in Maryland. The signal's way too strong. The signal's quite strapping." Let's see. As far as Bob goes, I mean, he's not in here this morning, but the news is actually not good. So about Melanie there. So I think they can't correct the problem, shall we say. I think they're looking at a different path, but Bob can fill you in more there, Bruce. Anyway, good to hear you. Thanks for being part of the net this morning, as you are most mornings, and we'll look for you next week. And all the best on Mary Alice's upcoming hip replacement there. All right, let's have a quick call up, and then we'll grab Paul down in Cape Cod, and then Chris in Stonington. And before too long, I want to run out to Ohio and get Fred before the conditions change too much. So do we have more check-ins for the Lonely Guys? WA1QIX.
This is Chicken KM4XG. Romeo Sierra. Kilo Mike 4 X-ray Golf.
All right, there was a lot of doubling, so I got WB2ERS. Good to hear you in here, Mark. Haven't heard from you since May, so nice to have you in here. I got KA2DZT, Fred, but there were more stations checking in. Who else we got?
King Mike 4, X-Ray Germany.
All right, we got Jim in Virginia. Well, we won't wait too long to get you there, Jim, because the conditions will be changing. And this question probably doesn't affect you as much as it does up here, but the question of the day is about preparedness for winter. Many places have had snow. We've had snow here. Like Bruce mentioned, they had snow in Vermont. So winter is we're right on the doorstep of having winter and frozen conditions. So the question is, are you ready for the actual arrival of winter? And if not, what have you still got left to do? So that's the question. And right over to Paul there. And then we'll grab Chris in Connecticut. And then I think we should go out and get the people who are far, far away. So N1PEP, WA1QIX, and the Lonely Guys.
Well, good morning, Steve, and all the Lonely Guys. This is Paul, N1PEP here in the Mid-Cape. We get spared quite a bit of the snow in the early parts of the season, thanks to the ocean staying warm around us. Then we kind of get battered a little more in the end of the season, and once the ocean is getting cold. I have a guy that comes and plows each year, and I always hope that he'll be here. I don't even know where his end is, but he always seems to come. So I'm not really worried about that. I finally have a generator got installed last winter. It's only run for an hour so far. Recently, a big windstorm we had out here. I'll check my salt situation, but I have installed a handicap ramp here last year, aluminum one that allows the snow and everything to go through it. Like a grate, and that works out very well with the snow too. So I get some of those big truck salt shaker things. You just pump a little bit, shake it around like a big salt shaker. Works great. So I think I got a few of those left from last winter. I've got my snow shovel. I think it's still probably sitting outside here. I never took it in. So I think I'm ready. If I was really prepared for this winter, I would probably be in Florida watching it on television. That's my idea of With that, I will let it go. 7-3s. Thank you, Mark, for running the pre-net. And as always, Steve, thank you for running the net. I enjoy it every Sunday. They've got me working normally till 8, but I messed up my back yesterday, so I didn't work last night. So I was here this morning nice and last week I had brought in work and then got home just in time as I got colder. So I don't want to do that. Get myself called up before I get home. So 7-3 and all the Lonely Guys.
All right, excellent there, Paul. N1PEP, WA1QIX, and the Lonely Guys. And sorry that your back is a little sore there. That's never fun. Never fun at all. But it sounds like you're quite prepared. And of course, the winters are not as bad there as they are, at least around here up in central New Hampshire. So good to hear you. Thanks for being part of that there, Paul. And we'll look for you next week. All right, let's grab Chris there, and then we should go out to Ohio and then down to Virginia before the conditions start to degrade to those fringe areas. So AJ1G, this guy's pretty organized. He's probably totally ready. AJ1G, WA1QIX, and the Lonely Guys.
Yeah, okay, Steve. WA1QIX and the Lonely Guys, AJ1G. Yeah, are you ready for winter? Yeah, pretty much. The snow, probably more than we've ever been at this point, I think. Probably because I'm retired and I have a lot of extra time to go do stuff like, get ready for winter. Snow blowers are all, freshly oil changed and fresh fuel in it. All the grease points on the drive shafts are done. I test ran it, and it's been repositioned right behind the garage door at the front of the garage. I normally do a swap in the fall and the spring between that and the generator, the emergency generator, because we tend to need the generator more in the summer. And in the winter, if we need the generator, we're probably going to have to use a snow blower anyhow. So the generator goes in the back and the snow blower stays in the front. We got almost all the leaves are up finally. It's been a lot of leaves this year. Just waiting for a few Japanese maples. They're always kind of the last to let their leaves down, and they're almost done. So we got that done. The gardens are all put to bed. We have a lot of pots, plant pots that are either just turned upside down empty, or if we keep dirt in them, we cover them over with stuff, pieces of plywood or bananas and big marble tiles, like a foot by a foot, for the smaller ones and things like that. So we don't have to, put them away inside or anything like that. They're all such that they won't break under freezing conditions at all. So another important thing around here to protect our curb, we've got those little lollipop reflectors along the front yard and around the corner on our corner lot, so we don't lose our curbs that's happened in previous years. Got snow melt. The Christmas lights are already up. We just finished that pretty much. We're not going to put as many up this year. And the fishing tackle is pretty much all out of the truck. Probably won't be going much again, but if there is nice weather, might go, because the fishing's still actually really good right now. Got the furnace service. That was done actually a couple months ago. And let's see what else. Snow shovels are staged. The cars are all staged with scrapers and the windshield de-icer spray and shovels and things like that. Got new Wolverine boots. I had a pair of work boots that I wear outside in the winter that they were kind of falling apart and they had rips in them and they weren't watertight anymore. I found a nice new pair of Wolverines last week. Got our COVID booster shots. That's pretty important for winter, I guess, too. So I think we're pretty much ready. Been playing in the ARRL 160 CW test all night last night. Had a lot of fun with that. Worked all over, out to the West Coast, down to the Caribbean. Heard a Argentine station. I didn't work them. The guy's got some mammoth antenna. It's like a big diamond vertical loop. And he must have, the thing's like really, really high. It's interesting on his website. I forget his call sign now, though, but he was quite strong, and I was only running 100 watts. I didn't work him with the vertical I've got here. But I did get out to the West Coast, over to England, and down to the Caribbean, and there's some more fun tonight. The thing runs till, I think, 1500 Zulu tomorrow. So get down there and have some fun with that. And also, don't forget, next week is the special operation of the 1B replica transmitter from up at the Windsor, Connecticut Radio and Electronics Museum. The AWA is working with the museum and ARRL. They're going to be operating from there and trying to work stations over in England, and you'll be able to hear that transmitter on the air. And they have an open house over there on Saturday, so you can go over and see the transmitter and actually, I guess, be there when they actually put it in operation at night. There was an ARRL info on the ARRL letter that just came out. So, as far as Bob, I hope everything's working out okay up there in Littleton, New Hampshire. Thanks, Mark, for the pre-net, and Steve for running the net. Back to you. Everyone have a great week. AJ1G.
Yeah, very fine there, Chris. AJ1G. WA1QIX and all you guys. Yeah, I kind of figured you'd be pretty much ready. Now I guess I know what all that CW was about. Down on 160 meters last night. I was on 160, and there was tons of CW going on down there, so I assume it was part of that event there, Chris. Anyway, good to hear you. Thanks for being part of the net, and we will look for you next week, if not before, and probably before. All right, let's go out to Ohio and get Fred there, because we're gonna be losing that propagation. So K8IG. WA1QIX and the Lonely Guys.
WA1QIX and the Lonely Guys. Good morning, all. Thanks, Steve. And thank you, Mark. Appreciate your checking us in from the fringe areas of Mayfield Village, Ohio, if not the lunatic fringe. It is, I guess, a fringe area from where you are, and I haven't given that much thought before, but that makes sense. Am I ready for winter? Yes, because I learned my lesson last year. So we have two sheds in the backyard, one in the front, one in the rear. This is, if I do so, this is K8IG in Mayfield, by the way. We have two sheds in the backyard, one in the front, one in the rear. The front is full of tools and equipment. The rear has the lawn equipment in it, including the snowblower. Well, we had a surprise snow last year in November. That snow was 12 plus inches deep. It was very wet and heavy. And, of course, where was the snowblower? It was in the back shed. So I had to plow a path through the... And, of course, wouldn't you know, it also was hard starting last year because I think I forgot to put fuel stabilizer in it. In any event, I had to plow a path from the back shed to the front of the house, and it was less than fun. So, as a learning machine, this year, in November, I had the snowblower out. It's a good trade-built snowblower. I can't remember how long it is, 26. It's good for doing our driveway because our driveway is 62. We're, as seniors, eligible for reduced rate snow plowing by an area contractor. But I choose not to do that because we have our two cars parked in the driveway. And the reason for that, of course, is that the garage is full of machinery, woodworking and metalworking machinery. And there's actually a KWS-1 power supply sitting in there, mid-state repairs. So, in any event, there is no room in the garage for cars. It's hard to imagine. I've never in my life had a car parked in the garage. Well, that's not true. When I was a kid, while I was working on my car, Mom and Dad allowed me to put my car in the garage long enough to work on it when it was going to be an overnight project. So I guess with that exception, I have had a car in the garage, but it's hard to imagine using a garage for a car. In any event, because the cars are in the driveway, it makes no sense to have somebody come in and plow just 40 feet of driveway. So for that reason, I use a snowblower, and I'm delighted to do so. It's not difficult. The biggest problem sometimes is that the village, when they plow the street, plow that stuff, the wet stuff, into the end of the driveway. So it's important to keep that attacked and make sure that it is clear. Otherwise, it becomes icebound and much more difficult to get rid of, as you would imagine. So in any event, yes, I'm ready. Everything is, as Chris said, everything is lubricated, fresh fuel ready, and oil changed, and so I'm looking forward to a winter. However, somebody told me, my wife, I think, that there is an expected, and I don't know whether this came from the Farmer's Almanac or some other place, who knows the source, but anyway, we're supposed to have the northern portion of the state is supposed to be warmer than usual.
wouldn't particularly bother me if it were. I wouldn't mind less snow rather than more snow. I don't object to the snow for sure. This is actually the weekend of QCWA's W2MM. They eliminated the QSO party, and this is the first year of the W2MM celebration. And I frankly should know the details, and it occurred to me as I was just climbing on. I chose not to participate in it this year. I simply did not have the time. This is the month of my retirement, and this is a really busy time. So I'm looking forward to the end of this month with some anticipation, because it means that I won't have to answer emails and answer calls and all the other stuff that goes with running your own businesses. So I can't tell you more about it, but if you're interested, look up QCWA's W2MM. There are a variety of stations around the world who operate as W2MM on a variety of frequencies, and if you're interested, check it out. Well, with that said, Steve, I will pass it back to you. I wish everybody a terrific week, and best of them to you all. Thanks for picking me up this morning and getting me in early. I'll certainly be listening to the rest of the net. WA1, QIX, and the Lonely Guys. This is Kilo 8 India Golf, Fred in Bayfield, Fringe area, Cleveland. Good morning, all.
Okay, very fine there, Fred. Good signal out here. K8IG, WA1QIX, and the Lonely Guys. Interesting on what that event is, yeah. And some of the other ones that you mentioned there as well. Well, it sounds like you're reasonably ready for things. Yeah, it'd be nice if that prediction were true, and we had a little less snow, but it's hard to know. Warmer, slightly warmer temperatures in an area doesn't necessarily mean less snow. Could even mean more. Sometimes it's accompanied with more precipitation. Anyway, good to hear you, Fred. Thanks for being part of the net. And good signal here. All right, let's grab Greg, and then we're going to go down to Virginia and pick up Jim down there. I don't want to lose the propagation there either. So let's see, KE1, not KA1, KE1 MI up there in Braintree, Vermont. This is WA1 QIX and the Lonely Guys.
IA. Yeah, somebody was in there. You want to pick them up, Steve?
Was there another station trying to check into the net?
W1IA. Carry on.
All right, we got you there, Brent. Yeah, go ahead there, Greg.
Yeah, okay, Steve. WA1QIX, the Lonely Guys. KE1MI, good morning, everybody. Last I looked, it was up to 13. It was 11 when I got up. 11 above. Beautiful sunshine, though. Looks like it's going to be a nice day. I guess we're expecting some snow later on. Anyway, am I ready for winter? I usually get ready for winter end of October, early November. I try to get everything caught up and things put away and the snowblower ready. And I've got an old snowblower. It's an old Toro. It's probably 25 years old, but it does a good job. I want to replace it at some point. I just haven't got to it yet. This one just keeps going and going. So I don't really want to. I don't want to push it. When it dies, and then I'll replace it, I guess. But yeah, I do all the plowing and everything here, or I should say snow blowing. But yeah, I get my wood in, I get everything. I'm pretty much ready because winter comes here usually the end of October, early November. I've seen winters where we've had snow in October and it doesn't go away until May. We've got some on the ground right now, but most of it melted and warmed up and rained the other day. And of course, all the back roads become skating rinks because they're frozen, and the rain. Everybody loves it when it warms up and rains, except for those of us that live on the back road. So anyway, yes, am I ready? I'm as ready as I'm gonna be. So everybody have a great day and enjoy it. If the sunshine, get out and enjoy it if you can. I'm gonna go outside for a little while anyway. I'll find something to putter with later when it warms up a little bit.
WA1QX to the Lonely Guys. See everybody later. KE1MI.
Yeah, okay, Greg. Boy, that's cold. That is cold. That's a cold temperature up there. I mean, I think it was 20 something here, but certainly not 13, I think you said. Holy moly. Well, you're super prepared. No doubt about it, but I guess you have to be living there. Anyway, good to hear you, Greg, of course. Thanks for being part of the net as usual. And we'll look for you next week, if not before. All right, let's go right down and grab Jim there. And then after that, we've got Larry, NE1S, and Al VTP. We'll have another call up in there. I did get Brent checked in, but we'll have an official call up. So KM4XG. Good morning, Jim. Glad to have you on the Lonely Guys this morning. Wonder how many of the New Englanders you're hearing. KM4XG, WA1QIX, and the Lonely Guys.
Yes, WA1QIX and the Lonely Men. Here's KM4XG, Herndon, Virginia, and great to hear you this morning, Steve. And I'm hearing all the stations except the ones that I'm not hearing. But the ones I'm hearing sound wonderful. They really, really sound great, and it's good to hear everybody. I've got to start by announcing at the outset that I'm only lonely right now because my family has temporarily forgotten where they put me. It's a temporary situation. As soon as they remember where I am, I won't be lonely anymore. It's a balmy 39 degrees here in Herndon, Virginia, right next to Washington Dulles International Airport, where the dew point is 32. Wind is from the northwest at 3, visibility 10. Ceiling 6500, broken, altimeter 3009. And VFR runway 1 right is in use. So, am I prepared for winter? Yes, I am. And why is that? Because my woolly bear caterpillar warned me many weeks ago about the impending snowmageddon, so I'm ready for it. In fact, I'm looking forward to it. This is going to be a big snow year, according to my woolly bear, who has successfully predicted the severity and duration of the last 7 winters. So I put a lot of faith in him. Naturally, I got new boots, new shovels, all kinds of stuff, man. I'm ready. I'm prepared. So never fear. We're on the job here. Everyone sounds marvelous, and it's a pleasure to be with the Lonely Guys this morning. WA1QIX and the esteemed company. Here's KM4XG.
All right, very good, Jim. KM4XG, WA1QIX, and the Lonely Guys, and yeah, it's great to hear you. So you are Lonely Guy number 513, just for your records. You don't necessarily need to know the number, but if you want to know it, Lonely Guy number 513. That's interesting about the woolly bears, predicting snow in your area, and they've been accurate. So that, I don't know what the woolly bears up here are doing. I haven't seen one yet this year, but I suppose if I did a search on the internet, I might actually be able to find that out. Anyway, great to have you in here, Jim. Good signal up here from Virginia. And I hope a lot of the guys were able to copy you, no problem. You were quite strong here in New Hampshire. All right, let's have a quick call up, and then we'll go right over to Larry there. So do we have more check-ins for the Lonely Guys? WA1QIX here.
W2
K2WW.
That was a pretty organized call-up, I have to say. Let's see, I got W1GHL, good morning, Frank. I got W2NDB, good morning to you, Mike, good signal. And K2WW, Dean from Tupper Lake, New York. Were there other stations checking in? Nothing heard? All right, very good. Welcome. And the topic is about, because many places have had snow, at least up here in the great Northeast. And that snow really reminded me personally. Said, you're not ready for winter. I mean, I had stuff out in the yard. I mean, I had stuff in the way for plowing, and I was not even close to ready. So I did quite a bit of prep, but it kind of dawned on me that I'm probably not the only one that is in that position. So the question is, are you prepared for the onslaught of winter? And if not, what do you still need to get done? So that's the question. And right over to Larry, NE1S, and then Al VTP and Charlie up there down there in Warwick after that. So NE1S. I imagine that you and Elaine are probably prepared. NE1S, WA1 QIX, and the Lonely Guys.
WA1 QIX. Good morning, Steve and Nanette. Yeah, I think they're pretty much ready to go. Brought in the last of the firewood that was in the driveway and stashed it inside. Then recalled out the driveway. Back into the woods. And been working on the oil changed and got it all lubed up. Got our set of steer pumps and gas steer pumps in there. And almost a full 5-gallon tank full of gas. And we buy the ethanol-free gas. Used to get the gas. It wasn't all free. So it was at the airport. There's a small regional airport about 12 miles from here. And they sell it to me. But the state came down on them because of the lead content, and they can't sell it to people anymore. Filled up my tank on the way back from the airport up there in September. I still got most of it. And the other one is in Oxford, New Hampshire. I'll be moving to. There's actually a couple in Oxford, so but those are the closest ones, places I can find. So, I'll have to take a road trip, or a couple road trips sometime this year, and start to run low on the ethanol-free gas. And the only thing that's left to do is the headlight, the vibration, the headlight machine vibrates the filament to that after a while. So I need to replace that, but I very rarely go out in the back and go to the point where the snowblower must be working pretty hard to bucket. So now my priority. I like to get my snow cleanup done as early in the day as possible after storms. But big storms require two passes, one in the middle of the storm and one in the cold.
really, really big score. I mean, it might take its street pass. We don't have storms like that very often. Yeah, I got the lowest code fired up here in the tower, second season in a run of that. Probably simply on that. Number one would be moving out and not taking it with me. And number two, the price of oil has gone up from last year. I imagine the price of coal is going to go up to what it used to be. Probably not as much as oil. It's a lot cheaper to buy coal. So, anyway, yeah, that's here in terms of getting ready for winter. Winter is ready. But the snow shovels in some of the detached garage. They're up ahead. So, anyway, that's it. Yeah, I was surprised to hear, or not hear Bob on this one. I hope that's not because of bad news or something. Because I know the situation is not that great, that's for sure. So back to net.
All right, we got you. Yeah, very good, Larry. NE1S. Let me just check. 1SEX. Just get Paul checked in there. Yeah, NE1S, WA1QIX, and the Lonely Guys. Very good, Larry. It just reminded me of something else. See, I'm not ready, so yeah, there's like an ulterior motive here. Everybody says all the things that they're doing, to prepare. Like getting snow shovels, somewhere where they can get at them. Mine are far away in the garage, like yours, in the detached garage, which is far away. So, good suggestion, Larry. Yeah, the price of oil has definitely gone up. So there's no doubt about it. I was for the same amount of oil this year. I forget how many gallons I got. 150. Anyway, good to hear you, Larry, as always. And yeah, you'll be moving to speed. That's going to be awesome. We're going to have this big RF sort of, I don't know what you'd call it here. You got all these stations around here that are on. You just have to get them on more often. But there's a lot of AMers right in this area, and you'll be another one. All right, let's see. Right over to Al there, and then Charlie XZW, and then Art over there in Billerica. W1VTP, another guy who's always seems to be prepared. I tell you, these organized people make the rest of us look terrible. W1VTP, WA1QIX, and the Lonely Guys.
Yeah, we'll see. Just a swap. I mean, I typically just make the swap between the shed and the garage, and 99% of the time I'm ready. I might try something else this year. I've got this cute little fuel pump, and what I might do is pump the tank dry of last year's fuel. I never do this, but might try it just as a trick, and then add fresh gas, and then do the start. I haven't had to do this in the past. I've always used last winter's gasoline, and it's always started fine. I may top it off. I've never had a problem. It's just a simple matter of opening up the door and backing it out. and it has a line-operated starter. No, it has a battery, so I have to, I guess I'm almost ready. I've got to install the battery, and that is if I took it out. And I don't remember now if I did or not. I may have that battery in the tractor. If that's the case, then I'm not ready because I need to top the battery off. That's a shame on me. But I'll have to check that sometime today to make sure that the battery, if it is still in the tractor, it's a simple check. If it's out of the tractor, it's in the garage here and over the corner that I keep it specially reserved for batteries. And if that's the case, then I'll just make the swap and top it off first, of course, and make the swap. Not a difficult job. It's just plop it in place and put the terminals on, and off I go. And if the battery is down a little bit, I've got this humongous emergency starter. It's the biggest I could find. And put that across the battery, and that will start the thing. If it's going to run at all, it will start it. So maybe 99.5% ready. I just have to make a swap between the tractor. And my son has been telling me he wants to make one more mowing, and he keeps saying it, but the weather is not cooperating. So we definitely need to do something about that right away, because we had some snow last week, is it? And it did not want to go away. In fact, I had to park the van out into the sun. The sun sets about 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock in the afternoon here because of the house and the location of the driveway. So I park it out by the road, and not on the road, but by the road. Just drive it forward in the driveway and let the sun do its baking. So I'm 99.5% prepared, and if it was really important to me, I'd go out back and check to see if the battery is where it's supposed to be. But there's always the plastic card. If the battery doesn't work, run down to my favorite battery store and get another one. It's only money. If I don't spend it, the kids will spend it. So I might as well spend it. Back to net. W1VTP.
W3EMD.
Okay. Oh, somebody was checking in right at the end of your transmission, but I didn't quite get it. Yeah, very good, Al. Move the speaker over here. Speaker over by the sink here. W1VTP, WA1QYX, and the Lonely Guys. Very good, Al. You reminded me of something else. Yeah, batteries. Yeah, very good. Yeah, it sounds like you're reasonably prepared. And yeah, we did get that snow. It was kind of persistent. Like you say, it did not really want to go away. It went away here, but that's because the lake is still 40 some odd degrees. It's in the low 40s, and so it caused the snow to melt. But once you got further from the back of my house, or the front, quote unquote, on the street side, still has snow, but the whole lakeside is completely bare ground. So yeah, I know. And where you live, you don't have that. So of course that snow was persistent. Anyway, good to hear you, Al, as always. Always great. And thanks for being part of the Net Control group as well. And we'll be talking to you, of course, because we do. All right, let's see. Somebody was trying to check in, so let's find out about that. Do we have more stations for the Lonely Guys? This is WA1QIX.
Whiskey 3 Echo, Mike Delta.
Kilowatt 2, Bravo, Lima, Charlie.
K1.
QAR.
WD1GGL.
Well, that was quite a lot of stations checking in. All right, let's see. I got out of all that. I got W3EMD. Good morning to you, Buzz. K1QAR. checking in. Good morning, Ted, and good morning, Don, WB1GGL. And Stess, I heard your comment too, so we'll address that as well. Were there more stations checking into the net?
Kilowatt 2, Bravo, Lima, Charlie.
W2BLC. Bill. Oh, good morning. Haven't heard from you in quite a while, so nice to have you with us, Bill. And the question of the day is about winter preparedness. Since we have had snow in many locations, it sort of gives you a kick in the butt and says, are you ready or not? And I wasn't. And I figured maybe other people are as bad as I am about preparing. But I got to tell you, everybody so far here is more prepared than I was, so and probably than I still am. So nice going. So that's the question: are you prepared for the onslaught of winter? And if not, excuse me, what have you got to do? So let's see. Let's grab Steph there, and then Charlie, N1XZW, Art, NF1A, and Paul down there, or over there in Saratoga Springs. So K1WXY, WA1QIX, and the Lonely Guys. Yeah, very good, Steph. You caught me off guard. K1WXY. Quick. Oops, make sure. K1WXY, WA1QI. That's very good, Steph. Yep. You got to drain everything out of the campers or things will freeze and you'll be an unhappy camper in the morning, or in the springtime, I should say. Anyway, we'll enjoy the farmers markets and all that. And thanks for being part of the net. All right, right over to Charlie, N1XZW. In West Warwick, Rhode Island, WA1QIX, Lonely Guys. I do not hear Charlie. Might have had to step away. So let's grab Art there, and then Paul CKO, and then John FXC after that. So NF1A, go ahead there, Art. Yeah, very good. Very good, Art. Yeah, well, it sounds like you're well on your way. NF1A, WA1, QIX, and the Lonely Guys. Yep. Yeah, you got all you organized people, I tell you. But yeah, good that you. I got to start. See, I should make a list of all the things I should do. Like go and start the snowblower. I haven't started since last year. Hey, that's a good thing to do. Yeah. Very good. Well, good to hear you, Art. You know, it's funny. I just opened up a card here, talking about preparedness. This is so what it is. It's a birthday card from the gray-haired net. Bill does a great job, W1CKI. He's the secretary-treasurer of the gray-haired net. Really, I mean, he really is fantastic. And he sent me, my birthday is on Tuesday, December 7th. And you know what it's a picture of? Here at Rise Subject. It's a picture of it from 1958 CQ magazine, the February 1958 edition. He put a duplication of that on the card. And it's a guy standing at the base of the tower, looking up at it, and there's about 2 feet of snow, and he's got a beam antenna in his hand called the Little Monster antenna. It's really funny, and you know it's obviously cold. He can see his breath, and the tower is totally caked over with ice and snow, and he's looking up at this thing. Very, very funny picture about not being ready for winter. Anyway, we'll put that aside, and we'll continue here. I don't want to bore everybody with my stuff. Paul, right over to you, then John FXE, and then Ross there in Whitman. And Charlie, we called you in, so if you're there, just say you're there. And we'll bring you right in. KC2CKO. Go ahead there, Paul, WA1QIX and the Lonely Guys.
Yeah, WA1QIX and Lonely Guys. KC2CKO. Yep, I have to say, I definitely got everything taken care of. The wife and I put all the lawn furniture away. I got the snowblower out. We got that done, and I did some antenna work too. I think just yesterday I finished things up. I lowered my 40-foot tower down and took the Cushcraft 11 element beam off and took the 12 element stem squared up in one boom and mass-mounted preamp. And yesterday I put a dedicated coax run back to the house from LMR 600 just for 2 meters, and I actually made my first contacts out to the coast on 2 meters. The amplifier's working, the sequencer's working. Everything's good. So I'm ready to play radio all winter long here. So, and unlike years past, I did not get frostbite on my fingers working on the tower. So life was good. Back to the group. KC2CKO.
So do I understand that you work the West Coast on 2 meters?
No, excuse me, East Coast. East Coast.
Oh, okay. When you said the coast, I just assumed the West Coast. Okay. Well, still, you're not that. Saratoga Springs is pretty far from the coastline, as I recall. So that's still a good haul. Well, very good there, Paul. Yes, and congratulations on not getting frostbite this year. Working on the tower, and boy, that's easy to do because all that metal is so cold, and it just immediately sinks all the heat away from your skin. So glad that worked out. Good to hear you. Thanks very much for being part of the net this morning, Paul. We'll look for you next week. All right, let's grab John there. KC2FXE. Go ahead, John.
Good morning, all. KC2FXE. Let me just check the tone here. Make sure the antenna's still tuned up. Well, very good, everybody. Oh, let's see, man. Let's see. I missed last week, so I'll probably catch up with that a little bit too. What was going on here? But winter, I guess I'm almost there. Got the snowblower around front because we park it behind the shed during the summer months. It's out here next to the porch, so I'm just a couple feet to walk instead of 30 feet. I don't know. I still got stuff out in the back to clean up, from the tree that come down in May. Some big hunks of wood out there. I need someone that's got some muscles can pick them up, because these pieces got to be 250 pounds a piece. They're 3 foot across and they're 2 foot long, and they're heavy. I still got about 4 or 5 more pieces to get out of the way, so I can get a path to the shed. Maybe maybe I should start the snowball. I haven't. We've just moved it around so it's close to the house, to the front here, and I haven't tried to start it yet. I should do that before it gets too late in there. I think it's got. It might have a. I haven't even checked it to see if it's got a tank of gas in it or not. I know last year I ran it till it was almost dry before I put it away. But pretty much, it's you got it's whatever you got done is done. It will start snowing and it's done. But we're pretty much there. Maybe that's what I'll do today. It's supposed to be pretty warm. She wants me to help her put some lights up on the roof. We hadn't had lights on the house in years, and all of a sudden she comes yesterday. And, I bought these lights. I want to put them on. You want to help me? Oh, okay. I guess that's what I'm going to do today. Help her put them up. What I'll do, I'll throw some fuel in the snowblower and fire it up and let it run for a couple minutes. Make sure it's going to be ready when we need it. As far as the winter preparedness, that's about what we got. She's got the shovels out there already. She's already picked them up. We have 3 shovels we keep out right by the door, so you open the door and the shovels are sitting right there against the front, next to the front door, so we don't have to walk a mile for them. And she might, like the night before, if we know it's going to snow, she'll bring one inside. So we can, because sometimes I've had the snow so high we can't even open the front door. It's happened. So we end up, you gotta push the door open real easy to get a path in the snow, and then you can clean the rest out with a shovel. That's why she'll bring one inside. But anyway, we're going to step back to last week. I enjoyed the visit with Dawn. We had a nice dinner, and it was a good visit anyway. But to report on the truck side, the truck's let's see, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Okay, Friday, since I didn't get on Saturday, so you won't know. Friday, we fired the truck up, and I drove it for the first time. Drove it out of one bay, turned it around in the driveway, and brought it in another bay, because I had to move it out of move it over to a different bay. But I got an issue with the power steering. There's a problem with it. So I went back Monday, tore the steering box off the truck, and I tore it apart, and I got the truck. It was already torn down, so it was just a rolling chassis when I purchased the truck. And I guess water got inside the power steering box and rusted up the spool valve. That's why the problem was, because when I hooked it up, fired it off there Friday, man, the steering wheel took right off to the left, hard left, all by itself. As soon as it got pressure, something ain't right. So Monday, because I let it go, because Saturday went down to my daughter's. Sunday we just sat home. I relaxed from the drive. The drive, that 3 hours to 5 hours of driving back and forth. And so I tore it out Monday. Tore the spool valve out of it, and I got it home here. And what a job this is selling. That thing was rusted up. So I had to soak it in I got an Evaporust. That rust remover. I had the container. I poured the thing, let the thing soak for 3 days in a Evaporust to get that thing apart. It was something that I didn't notice. It was nothing, hard for me to see, because this thing sat outside for 3 years before I purchased it. So water got in the porch because he had the hoses off it, and the ports were open. Anyway, I got it all apart, cleaned it all up, finally got it apart. I had to use a hammer and punch to get the thing apart. It was so hard. It rusted up. The Evaporust helped get it apart. With the use of the lathe, I cleaned up the spool valve and a couple of the shafts and everything. So I won't be doing it today. Probably tomorrow. Or Monday I'll be throwing that piece back into the kit. I ordered a kit that finally showed up too, an overhaul kit, gives you all the gaskets and seals and everything. So I'll get that back together, probably Monday or Tuesday. So anyway, that's how we're lined up with the truck. Anyway, so back to the net. Steve, Mark, doing great jobs here. This is KC2FXE Catskill. Everybody have a good weekend. We'll catch you next time.
Yeah, very good, John. Fabulous on everything. I bet that was a good feeling firing that truck up for the first time and actually driving it. Yeah, you did have a problem with the power steering, but you obviously were able to correct that. Boy, that's fantastic. You've been talking about that for a long time. Nice progress there. Anyway, good to hear you as always, John. Thanks for being part of the net, and we'll definitely look for you next week, if not before. We talk to you. All right, so Charlie XCW, we called you in. In the meantime, over to Ross there, and then Glenn down in Sandwich, and Bruce in southeastern Pennsylvania. So, do I have anybody else far away that I want to get beforehand? No, I guess we're good. So, W1EKG, WA1QIX, Lonely Guys.
Well, good morning, Steve. Everybody else on net. Am I ready for winter? Well, as of this past Monday afternoon at 3 o'clock, I'd finished my siding project on the back of the building. It's only been 20 years. So I started it back in June and finished it up this week. I had to rent a 36-foot lift and get up way up high to get all the little pieces of vinyl siding up there, all little triangles. And so that's done. The back of the building is now secure. It's the first time in 22 years that I've been here. And I have not started the snowblower. I know my generator is good because we used it about a month and a half, 2 months ago when we had that storm. So the generator is good. The snowblowers, I have 2 of them. Both of them need to be pulled out and oil changed and lube in the auger gears and all that good stuff. What else do we do? Oh, we got to drain the gas out of the lawnmowers, get those put away for the winter. So, am I ready for it to go? So I've been busy with this siding project on the back of the building, and that's taken full priority over everything. We may be having a check-in here a little later on. I had 2 of my students got their general class licenses on Thursday night this week, and I invited them to come in this morning and check in on the Lonely Guys net because neither of them have antennas up yet. But one of them is 17 years old and the other one is 26 years old. And we're very happy to have some youngsters getting into the hobby, that's for sure. So they may be here to check in a little bit later on, but we'll get them dialed in and then we use the rig here to chat with the Lonely Guys as well. So I'll send it back to you, Steve. I hope everybody had a great holiday last week, and send it to W1EKG.
No, very good, Ross, W1EKG. Well, we'll excuse me. Well, look forward to hearing the students there, and somebody else is not totally prepared. Hey, that's great. I don't feel so lonely anymore. Anyway, good to hear you as always there, Ross. So you do a lot of prep. So. Good to hear you, and thanks for being part of the net. All right, let's see. Next up, Glenn over there in Sandwich, and then Bruce, and then Tim up there in Maine. So WM4CH, WA1QIX, and the Lonely Guys.
Well, good morning, Steve, the rest of the Lonely Guys. Glenn, WM4CH, Sandwich on Cape Cod. No, I'm not ready. I'm never ready. My garage is full of stuff, and the snowblower is at the very back of it, so I got to snap away to get the snowblower out when I crank it up. I learned many years ago that $1,000 on a chiropractor after winter is just equal to spend money on a good quality snowblower and skip the chiropractor. Anyway, I probably got another month or 2 before we get anything. So we got on the case here and all. So I'm not real concerned about it, but you have to do that and get it out in front. Along with the generator's ready to go, because we get a lot of power outages due to snow and ice, but the snowblower's not ready yet. Anyway, that's it. Back to the Lonely Guys, and thanks for doing the next Steve. The WM4CH in Sandwich, Glenn, in Sandwich, Massachusetts time she said.
All right, good morning, Chris. Let me just get you checked in here. That's funny there, going. All right, come on, where's the cursor? There it is. RGW. All right, let's see. Yeah, very good. WM4CH, WPA1QIX. Only guys. Yeah, the snowboard's in the back of the garage and there's a lot of stuff. Yep, I understand that situation completely. But you're right. You don't have to worry about it quite yet because the heavy stuff doesn't usually come until later in the year. But we could have a freak storm down there. You never know. So probably best to do that. Anyway, good to hear you, Glenn. Thanks for being part of the net. All right, let's see. Let's grab Bruce down there and then Tim up in Skowhegan and Jim over in Waterboro, Maine. So N3RIK. And hopefully you're still hearing the stations there, Bruce. WA1QIX and the Lonely Guys.
Yeah, good morning, Steve, and good morning to the net. And yeah, we're hearing, I've heard everybody so far today, so conditions are pretty good. And, oh boy, being prepared. We can never be fully prepared, but I just consider it risk reduction, and that's been done. So in the fall, we have all kinds of leaves that got to get picked up and removed, and the borough comes and sucks them up and recycles them and whatnot and keeps them off the road. And I do that. My other neighbors do that, but I got one that he doesn't do anything. So one day they're on my lawn, the next day they blow over back onto his lawn and back and forth, and eventually in the spring they'll get chopped up, whatever's left. So no big deal there. I can just echo what others have said about, taking care of their small engines on like the lawnmowers and stuff. I've run the gas dry in the mowers and the weed whackers. As far as the ride-on mower goes, I just get it down so it's real low in the tank. I don't let that one go all the way through to run out because I don't know if I have a mechanical fuel pump in my ride-on mower or if it's an electronic one. So I just leave a little bit in there, and in the spring I put in, 2 gallons of fresh gas, and then I'll dilute whatever is in there. Hopefully.
I don't think you wanted to try out the varnish
the sensitive parts of the engine, gas and atomizing and all that stuff. But yeah, holiday lights, they're up, and yeah, like others, I have a shed and it's full of stuff, and it's too small for my ride-on mower, so that still sits in the garage. And actually, the garage is supposed to be a 2-car garage, so we do have a car in there, and the mower fits in just right to be like the second car. I mean, your second car would have to be really, really tiny, like a BMW Isetta or something like that, to make it a true 2-car garage, but I guess that was advertising in the 60s and 70s on these houses. But yeah, we're okay, good to go. We've done some preventative maintenance on the antennas. And of course, insulating where the antennas come into the shack. I remove a lot of insulation in the springtime, and I put it back in the fall to keep things nice and toasty in here. So, enjoying the net here. Thanks for running it, and we'll catch you guys next week. This is N3RIK with WA1QIX and the Lonely Log.
Yeah, very fine there, Bruce. N3RIK, WA1QIX, and the Lonely Guys. So it sounds like you're well on your way to having everything ship-shape over there. Of course, the winters are not as bad as where you live as they are here, where sometimes it's kind of serious, Anyway, good to hear you. Excellent signal up here. Propagation is good, and you're sounding great up here, Bruce. Thanks very much for being part of the net. All right, let's see. Let's grab Tim up there. Come on. There we go. WA1HLR. And the Lonely Guys. I hear you getting stuff ready. I wonder if you ever got that thing out of the back of your RAV4 or whatever it was. You had some rather heavy piece of equipment back there. Maybe Don helped you get it out of the car. WA1HLR, WA1QIX, and the Lonely Guys.
fills up the water going in, which is something I'm going on in the business. So, I wanted to have that really opened up here. One being, I lost my one worry that I just did not but I finally I contacted a guy that used to own objects about told me he'd be up here to check things out and see how much things I'm going to run with this cage. That feels pretty well made. The other thing is I never have a smell. I got to do something about that. Whether it be I put the heater and I or B, break down everything has to live outdoors. And building a garage and all that, that's nice, but I don't know go about it. And the other thing is usually for 12 years, a friend of mine generator that they have is capable of much more.
still?
KG2IR, good morning.
All right, we got you. We'll have another call up in just a sec. Yeah, very good, Tim. That's interesting on the generator situation. Oh, yeah, as soon as you told me they got to tell corporate, I said, oh, they got to say, forget it, because they're all about liability. It's ridiculous, but that's what it's about. If you do end up getting your own generator, you can. I mean, I got a generator here, 12,500 watts, and it's got its own cover, so it's outside under a nice, it was built, with a housing around it. But that works very well. Anyway, good to hear you, of course, there, Tim, and thanks for being part of the net. And interesting. You got to get that thing out of the car somehow, but I think you got a solution to that. All right, let's see. I got you there checked in, Nick. Let's see if we have other check-ins for the lonely guys. W2TRH.
Kilowatt 2, Bravo, Lima, Charlie.
I'm sorry, I doubled with the last station. I got you checked in there, Steve. And who's the station ending in Lima, Charlie?
Kilowatt 2, Bravo, Lima, Charlie. Kilowatt 2, DLC.
All right, we got you there, Bill. W2BLC and W2TRH, KG2IR checked in. Yeah, the question is about, well, we have had some snow, and it has been cold, and there's been some ice, and that is a foreboding sign that winter is coming, and it reminded me that you are not the slightest bit prepared for this. And I wondered if anybody else was in that position, or is everybody super organized and well prepared for winter? So the question is, are you prepared for winter? And if not, what have you got left to do? So a lot of people have been prepared. So let's see. Right over to Jim. By the way, Charlie XCW, we did call you in, so if you're there, just say so. In the meantime, over to Jim in Waterboro, and then Tom up there in West Windsor, and Mark over there in Islip, New York. So KB1 MCB, WA1 QIX, and the Lonely Guys.
Hello, Steve. QAE.
We got you. All right, very good, Jim. Excellent, and good to hear you. Haven't heard from you since October, so nice to have you in here on the Lonely Guys this morning. And yes, enjoy it now while we have it. And good to have you, and thanks for being part of the net. All right, let's grab Tom up there. KA1T, go ahead there, Tom.
Okay. Let's go for it. I've got to go for nothing. Look at the guys. All summer, so I know it's a problem. I'll text you again. Not a problem. Out the driveway, Cooper, right to line, in the close, on, yeah, it's just so Wednesday, isn't it? Yeah. As we see it, so make it day at a time. So that's good. It's good. We had to do it. We've had snow over here, but cold. 15 degrees above zero this morning. Wood fire's doing fine, and we're just I'm along like everybody else again. Not much to say. Just again, I gotta go back to work here and do some other work. Garage and start doing some more wood in the Hopeville West spring apart, but grass is supposed to be about 5-6 foot. How about that? Anyway, thanks for that. Everybody saw me going skating.
That's a lot of wood. 5 cords, 6 cords. That's a lot of wood there, Tom. Yeah, very good. Very good, KA1T, WA1, QAX. Yeah, it's been a little while since we've heard you. September 25th. So good to have you back on. Glad things are going well there. And you're sounding real good. Sounded very positive there. So thanks for being part of the net. All right, let's grab Mark. Hey, we haven't heard from Mark since May, so good to have you in here, Mark. And then Fred after Mark down in North Brunswick, New Jersey. And then Brent after that. So KA, right, WB2 ERS, WA1QIX, and the Lonely Guys.
Hey, Steve. And good morning to everybody. Yeah, winter's coming upon us. Yeah, I haven't been on in the last year because of the antenna blowing down, but we're in pretty good shape now, I think. Yeah, snowblower's ready. My main thing in the prior year is to run it out of gas, so there's no gas sitting in the carburetor that the ethanol can destroy it. So that's okay. The backup to that is I have a Bobcat skid steer and a blade that I go on the quick connect kit. If that fails, I got the John Deere 350 dozer behind that, and we can...
There we go. The Fine Radio Amateur.
Houston, we have a problem.
Sorry about that, Steve. The snow tires are on the car, so we're in good shape there. Let's see what else. And the push rod bent in the leaf blower, so I can't get that job done until I replace the push rod, which seems to be a common problem with Bridges Stratton Impact. And once that's done, then I can maybe even put my off-center fed dipole. Anyway, that's about it. I think I'm in pretty good shape, and sorry about that little mishap in the middle there. WB2ERS.
Don't let that happen again.
Well, not a problem there, Mark. WB2ERS, WA1QIX. Wow. Well, it sounds like you got some good preparations going there, and pretty much ready. You're way ready, and you live on Long Island. I mean, you don't even get that much snow there. So, good to hear you, Mark. Excellent signal up here, really strapping. And thanks for being part of the net today. Always good to hear you. All right, let's grab Fred there in North Brunswick. KA2DZT, WA1QIX, Lonely Guys.
Yeah, okay, great.
Am I on the air here or what? WA1QIX, KA2DZT. Hold on. Yeah, very good. Okay, very good. The air conditions are pretty good today. I heard almost all of the stations. The only station I can't hear is Pittsburgh Kidney. I don't get it. Guys got antennas up at 200 feet, and I still can't hear them. Anyway, very good. Let's see. Well, it's 40. I looked at the thermometer outside. 43 degrees. It's pretty snow here. So I'm not ready for the snow. And actually, I made that up. I made that all up. We don't have 2 feet of snow. Although a couple of flakes came down the other day. I don't know what that was all about. But being prepared for winter, let's see, well, the snow blowers are still in the back of the house. I got to drag them up. We don't need them yet. And I've been working on building a new enclosure for my daughter's chickens. So figure that one out. We have some chickens here, a couple of them. And she's worried about them when winter comes. I said, look, I lived on a farm there. We had hundreds of chickens, and they lived through the winter. Anyhow, so I built some heaters, and I'm working on a heated water bowl thing. So I'm doing that stuff right now. And the 2 chickens are on loan from the university. So I think she's got about 20 of them down at the university that she checks on and feeds them, and a couple other people do the same thing. Anyhow, well, like I said, I got to get my snow shovel. I haven't done that yet. I have about 10 snow shovels. The problem is there's only one shoveler. Well, my daughter does a little shoveling now too, so but not too much. So I get a couple of snow shovels out. I usually leave one over on the front by the front door, and one out by the garage there, and maybe another one somewhere. It depends, if we get any snow. So I think last year we got some snow early on. I think before Christmas we got some snow that stayed on the ground. We had some last year that stayed on the ground for a while, and then some years we don't get anything. But last year we did get some. A few snowfalls, not like we did in the north. God Almighty. But I get the snow blowers out. I got one or a couple of them, and I think one year I dragged the snow blowers out, and I didn't need them. Didn't need the damn thing at all. No snow. So we'll see what happens this year. And I wanted to ask you, Steve. Now you live on Mirror Lake. Now is that Mirror Lake in the Adirondacks? I'm just curious because what if it was, let's make a deal, the price is right. Somebody won a vacation, or some kind of a vacation, on Mirror Lake in the Adirondacks. Now, I'm not sure if that's the same Mirror Lake you live on, or apparently is that a gigantic lake, or what? Or is it a little tiny lake? I mean, the thing they pictured on TV, it looked like a pretty huge lake, but just curious. So unless there's more Mirror Lake, I'm not sure. Maybe there's a number of lakes they call Mirror Lake, but so it was interesting that somebody won a vacation on Mirror Lake. Let's see what else. Let me get the official weather. It's quite good. It's like 42 degrees, maybe 43 by now. The sun is shining, and we don't have any sun. When I mentioned snow, I made that up. So we didn't really have snow. Anyhow, although the two chickens outside, they look a little worried. When you look at them, they look a little worried. They're two-Peter, and I got that all worked out, and I'm building another enclosure for them. I'm keeping busy. I'm getting ready for winter. I'll be ready. I'll be all set for winter probably by around April. I'll be all set. Anyway, let's see. I'll turn it back over to you, Steve. I heard everything. I heard John there with his truck. They got the thing running on the road, and I think he said it made some left-hand turns that he didn't plan on. That's not a good thing. Hopefully he can figure out what's wrong with that. And let's see, I got to change the oil in my daughter's car. It's only about 20,000 miles over the limit. And but we put oil in it all the time, so it's got clean oil. What the hell out of there? And it's hard to get the car away from it. So I got to do that before it gets too cold. You know, man, hopefully next week I can change the oil in that car. And I can't think of anything else, Steve. We're still putting away Halloween decorations, and we haven't put out any Christmas decorations yet. So we're slightly behind schedule. WA1 QIX, KA2DZT. Fan conditions aren't too bad.
No, band conditions are really good there, Fred. KA2DZT, WA1 QIX and the one guys. Boy, you're a busy guy down there. Chicken coops and you do all that stuff. Your daughter will never move out, or maybe you don't want her to. You're making it nice and easy for her. But that's not a bad thing. Anyway, good to hear you, Fred. Always interesting, and thanks very much for being part of the net this morning. It wouldn't be the same without you. All right, let's see. Next, let's grab Brent over there in Darien, and Frank, GHO in Plymouth, and Mike, W2NDB. So W1IA, WA1QIX, and the Lonely Guys.
Yeah, good morning, Steve. I think this topic, you picked it up for me. Ready for winter on snow. Oh, God. You know the story. Well, I'll try to keep this relatively short, but it started a month and a half ago when the John Deere diesel blew a head gasket, and it was a hideous problem that I've been dealing with for 20 years, but I bought it, and it wouldn't keep antifreeze in the reservoir, so I knew there had to be some kind of an antifreeze head gasket leak. Well, during the winter, the coefficient of expansion is 3 cylinders, and the front cylinder would get a few drops of antifreeze in it, and it would fire on 2, eventually warm up and fire on 3, and I ran it like that for a very long time. Well, it finally let go, and I figured, okay, I'll put in a head gasket sealer. What a mistake. Sodium silicate creates hardening of the antifreeze galleys, like hardening of the arteries, and clogged it up and blew it out in another cylinder. So I pulled the engine. It went to a machine shop. I had to source a rebuild kit from China, and the guys finally have it back together. It needs to be run and tested over at the machine shop before they're going to deliver. So hopefully Monday or Tuesday, and I'm kind of got to drop it back in the frame, and then I have a couple hours more work to chain it up, put on the PTO drive shaft and the pilot bearing to hang the snowblower, plus the suitcase weights. So long story short, I'm not quite ready. On the other hand, I got one 60-meter antenna up, but today we're going to attach the ladder line that I spent the day building. So, and then I have to resurrect my old link-coupled tuner. But Keith may come over. The full-size 160's up about 60 or 70 feet, and north of the array and perpendicular. So I'm excited to get that on the air because I've been a monoband operator for years and just been so busy. So in the interim, we got the 160. Good to hear everyone. And I'll turn it back to you, Steve. W1IA, great net.
Of course it's a great net. It's the Lonely Guys. Best net on ham radio. Very good, Brent. Yeah, I've been following the saga of the tractor there, and it's good that it's finally going to be ready. What a pain, huh? What a pain. Anyway, great to hear you, Brent. Always nice to have you here in the net, and we'll be talking to you, of course. Find out more in the continuing saga of the tractor. In the meantime, right up to Frank there, W1GHL. Go ahead, Frank. Yeah, very good, Frank. W1GHL, WA1QIX. Well, good luck getting the Volvo finished up there. Yeah, I remember when the deer hit you. That is what they do. They just sprint out, and there they are. So, yeah, it's always a pain. But it could have been worse, I suppose. It could have hit in the front of the car and gone through the windshield, and you wouldn't be here talking with us. So good to have you on here, Frank. Thanks very much for being part of the net, and we'll talk to you next week, if not before. All right, right over to Mike, and then Paul and Gardner and Buzz in Rhinebeck, New York, and we will have another call up in there. So W2NDB. We'll have a call up right after you. W2NDB, WA1QIX, and the Lonely Guys.
W1QIX, W2NDB here in Cairo, New York, where it is now crisp
25 degrees and about 50 degrees here in the garage now. A little chilly, but I'll get over it. Am I ready for winter? No, absolutely not. I did manage to get the snowblower up and running and do the oil change and the spark plug and check the steer pins and whatnot, but I actually haven't even cleared a space out here in the garage for it. It's still outside under the rather large soffit of the back door of the house. Actually protects it from the rain and everything else, etc. The tractor, well, it was fine, so I disconnected the trailer off the car after my last trip back from the barn. Left all the furniture and whatnot from my mother's house after she passed. Hooked the tractor up to it, moved it about 20 feet, and blew a front tire. And it's been so cold here, I haven't had a chance to fix that yet, so everything is still attached. I've emptied the trailer, of course, and now to fix that tire, I'm going to have to take the plow back off it and jack under it, and well, everyone knows what that's like, especially out in the cold. And aside from that, though, I've got the Mercedes in the garage and covered up, the old 82-350 for the winter. That takes the majority of the garage. I'm going to move some other stuff around, some toolboxes and some other crap, and get the snowblower in here with the nose pointed out, so when it does snow, I can stand it up and just hit it from the garage and go straight down to the street. And I understand we're supposed to have a pretty wicked winter, but that's all right. I got the snowblower. As long as it keeps itself running, I'll be okay. Hopefully I won't need to plow on the tractor, but if I do, the next one day, I'm hoping to get that tire straightened out so I can use it, and then put the chains on the back wheels and back it up alongside the garage so I can push everything down. Still working on the house, slowly getting the electric done. Then you got to put the ceiling up in the living room after they have the electrical inspection done, of course. And, get the insulation and everything up. Right now, I'm burning a ton of oil because of it, with the cold weather. I've been going through a tank every 3 to 4 weeks. I'm on my third tank already. At $3 a gallon at Alta Flash. Let me tell you, it's so expensive this year. I think last year I was paying $2.25, and now it's $3.25 on the stove, which was the other day. So we'll make it through. And that's the story. Stick to it. W2NDB. Back from that. Steve, thank you for running it. And 7-3 to all. Have a great day. I'm listening out.
Okay, very good, Mike. W2NDB, WA1QIX, yeah, very good on everything. Okay, on the house, yeah, you got to get that insulation in there so you don't use all that oil. It's definitely a problem. But sounds like you're holding up real well, and it's great to have you in here as part of the net as usual. We'll look for you next week. Get another update. All right, let's have a quick call up here, and then we'll grab Paul and Gardner and Buzz and Rhinebeck and Ted over there in Newton. So do we have more check-ins for the Lonely Guys? WA1QIX here. All right, Paul, good to have you in here with us. Very good indeed. And well, the question of the day is, with all the prompting of the snowstorms, we've had a couple of small storms, 2 inches, 3 inches. It prompted me to look and say, you know what, you're not ready for winter. So the question is, are you ready for winter? And if not, what do you have left to do? So that's the question. And right over to Paul there, W1SEX, WA1QIX, Lonely Guys. Yeah, very good there, Paul. Ah, yes. You don't have to worry about that now that you're retired. W1SEX, WA1QIX, and the Lonely Guys. Very, very good. And, yeah, good to hear you. Sounds like you're pretty prepared there. You got backup generator, or backup for the backup, and that's a good. And you run them periodically, which is really important. So thanks for being part of the net, and we'll look for you next week. All right, right over to Buzz. Hello, Buzz. W3EMD, WA1QIX, Lonely Guys.
Yeah, good morning, Steve, on the net. WA1QIX in the net, W3EMD. Thanks for running the net. Not often that I'm in here, but pleased to be around today. Why, the most important preparation for winter around here was done about 2 weeks ago, and that was to roll out all the radials on the lawn for 630 meter operation. So now in full swing 630 meter operation. That's the most important preparation. The other generator, we've got an 11 kW generator that runs the house, but it does automatic testing once a week, so I can tell if that's working. And the last remaining task is to put the snow stakes in the ground, and probably do that today, and that's the end of preparation. Back to you, Steve, and thanks again for running the net. WA1QIX, W3EMD, over.
Yeah, well, that doesn't sound too bad there, Buzz. Very good. W3EMD, WA1QIX, yes, snow stakes. Yeah, it's funny, the guy who plows my driveway came and put snow stakes in my driveway. I guess he wanted to know where the sides were. I mean, I think they're pretty obvious, but he didn't think so. So, yep, I guess they're important. Yeah, it sounds like you're pretty much ready to go there, Buzz. Good to hear you. Excellent signal, really strapping. And we'll look for you next week, if not before. All right, let's see. Right over to Ted there. They don't get any snow in Newton. K1QAR, and then Don and Gardner and Bill over there in Alamo, New York. So K1QAR, WA1QIX, and the Lonely Guys.
A little bit here. Doesn't use much gas.
So that is going on. Somebody nukes the grid. Must have been. But I mean, we'll get a few solar cells. That's all it's going to be. I guess that makes me a point. Anyway, not much else to add. I got a KWMQ here. Oh, the receiver's so sensitive, even on a dummy mode, I'm clicking to meet it. Back to net, K1QAR.
Yeah, you caught me in the other room there, boy. Came up, but I got the portable speaker, so I brought it with me. K1QAR, WA1 QA. Yeah, those refrigerators, particularly those big ones like you're talking about, they take a lot of current to get them going. Once they're running, they don't require a lot of power, but you know, until that time, it's they want a big kick of juice. You know, just like pump motors for wells and stuff like that. That was always the problem in Townsend. So I had to run the big generator, and when we were going to use the well. So I know what you mean. Anyway, good to hear you as always there, Ted. Thanks for being part of the net, and we'll be talking to you up course. All right over to Don there, and then Bill, and Alma, and then Chris over in Deering. So WB1GGL, Gardner, Maine. How you doing there, Don? Sounds like you're pretty well set there, Don. We're great to hear you, and good signal over from Gardner. And yeah, I guess you got to change the antifreeze periodically. I didn't actually know about that, but maybe that's a thing. Anyway, good to hear you. Thanks for being part of the net, and we'll catch you on next week. All right, let's go over to Bill there, and then Chris and Deering. I suppose I should have a call pretty quick here. So W2BLC. WA1QIX and the Lonely Guys. Yeah, Bill, are you there? W2BLC? I don't hear Bill. Maybe he had to step away from the microphone. All right, let's have a quick call up here, and then we'll grab Chris there in Deering. So do we have any more check-ins for the Lonely Guys before we continue? WA1QIX here. Nope, nothing heard. All right. Go ahead there, Chris. KG2RGW.
4 cords all ready to go. I can get it sheltered until the year ends. If I can swap wood, I'll do it. So if you need advice or whatnot, too far away. That's a really low rate for the advice.
Yeah, okay, Chris, KG2RGW, WA1QIX. Well, you guys, all right, I'll ask you next time I want to screw up with my wood. Not that I do a lot with it. I do have a wood stove here, but I only use it in like January and February and not the whole month. I find wood heat to be very dusty. And that's the problem, but it's definitely less expensive than oil, particularly in this house, which is terribly insulated. Anyway, I'm glad you opened the flue there, Chris. Sorry you had it. That's never fun. Flu can really knock you out. And thanks for getting in here and being part of the net today. All right, right over to Nick, KG2IR, WA1QIX.
Well, good morning, Steve and the Lonely Guys. This is KG2IR. Better late than never. Got up late this morning. Quite a group in here. Great subject. Kind of interesting to hear the different parts of basically the Northeast. What's happening with weather and weather preparedness, you know. Fortunately here, as Fred, DZT, said too, he had a few flakes. That's what we've had here. We saw a few flakes about a week ago. Temperatures have not been down, at least on Long Island, on freezing mark, maybe a few times, but mostly above. And I think the time we got the few flakes, it was 37, you know, so it's been pretty good so far. But as far as being ready for winter and having to deal with snow in the driveway, walks and whatnot, we have a snow blower. We've got plenty of the big plastic shovels, which I really prefer. Doesn't do any damage to anything if you accidentally hit something with them. And, you know, they're lighter. But the snow blower sits in one of the bays. We have a 2-car garage. In one of the bays sits the snow blower right behind the door. And right next to the snow blower is an outlet mounted on the wall. So all I need to do is pour gas into the snow blower, hit, plug it in, hit the button, hit the choke, primer, button, and off we go. Making sure I unplug the line cord. I forgot that a few times. But it unplugs when you get far enough away from or you run out of line cord. So, excuse me. But that's all we really do. And, we've got a landscaper that if I really get into trouble, he'll come in from the other side. Our big problem is when the town goes by, and they're very efficient, they do a good job, but they can pile a 4 to 6 foot ridge at the base of your driveway, which, if you don't get at it and there's any kind of thawing, could turn into ice, and then you got problems. So, that hasn't happened too often. We try to get out there as soon as the snow stops, and hand shovel the walks in front of the doors and stuff like that. But then I get my path back to the back shop and over to the antenna tuning hut, and that I use the snowblower for. So it's not a big deal. It's a nice, good-sized snowblower. It doesn't use wheels. It has differential clutches and braking with tractor treads. So it's like a miniature bulldozer. Boy, I got to tell you, that thing hits a bank of snow, it just keeps on going. You know, because the treads on it are quite thick, and they're kind of curved into like a cup. So when you're going forward, they really, really bite into the snow. And that thing has been running for us for about 12 years. And once I had to change a carburetor on it. But, I drain it down, and I got one of the great remedies for keeping, occasionally use the gas engines clear. There's nothing wrong with my audio, it's me. Hang on one second. Hit the cough switch and tried to clear my throat. But anyway, Al, W1VTP, mentioned it on the air one day. He says, go out and get yourself a big bottle of Mechanics in a Bottle. And it sounds kind of silly, the name, but it's just what it is. And you pour this stuff in the carburetor, in the gas tank, and they recommend if an engine has been drained, like we usually do, we run out of fuel, is to put some of this stuff in first and start the engine on that, and then stop it, and then add the gas. I had a couple of hard starting engines, and I used that stuff, and man, what a difference. It's probably got a lot of high octane alcohol or something in it, and it comes to life right away, but it also cleans out any of the gumming. In fact, they tell you if you got a bad situation, you put this stuff in the tank and pull the plug off and choke it so that the fuel is down into the carburetor system, and just let it sit maybe even overnight, and it loosens everything up. So I heartily recommend it, and I've heard a few other people that told me since I mentioned it that they have this Mechanics in a Bottle. There's other stuff like fuel injector cleaner STP makes and all. They work too. But this Mechanic in a Bottle is really good stuff. And I have nothing to do with the company. I'm not advertising. I'm not telling anybody to go out and buy it, but I'm telling you how the experience I had with it. It was recommended to me by Al, GP. So that's the story. That's all we really do. Once that snowblower is running, it just takes a matter of time to chew up paths where we need them and clean down the driveway. My wife cleans off the cars, and I attend to getting us open to the outside world when we get a snow. Hopefully we will not get a good snow, or let's say a bad snow, this year. We got away with it last year. I think we only used the snowblower once, and it was like, just a couple of inches. And it's mainly due to the fact that when the plows go by, they pile that ridge in front of your driveway. So that's all I've got here. Good job as usual, Steve. I heard somewhat of a report about Peter ZZZ from you talking about that Dan went over there, W1DAN, and he's trying to put a setup together for him to use. It'd be nice to hear him on the air, even if he checks in and says a few words. He started all this, but you're doing such a great job of keeping the continuity and the level of organization, especially with you writing the softwares and everything. By the way, I did load the new database in, and I put it on my other drive, so that actually I got the old database and the new database, but I'm using a new one. What is it, 7.0, I think? Back to you, Steve. Great job. And Merry Christmas, everybody. I like to say that. WA1QIX and the Lonely Guys. This is KG2IR.
WA1GFZ. I'm not sure. We'll check that in a moment. Yeah, very good, Nick. KG2IR, WA1QIX and the Lonely Guys. So it sounds like you're pretty ready to go. Of course, you don't get the same level of winterness that we do up here in central New Hampshire, but nevertheless, Fred, I don't know if Fred is still listening or not. I'll find Fred. Let me just ask him quick. Fred, are you still listening?
Yeah, I'm listening. What's the answer to the question?
Yeah, all right, I'll answer in just a moment. I'll finish with Nick. Yeah, very good. Sitting in a chair here and it won't move. I'm in the kitchen here. It's great to operate the remote from anywhere in the house. I'm sitting here in the kitchen with my laptop, and I can do things that don't require any mental agility. They take time. In this case, making lentil soup. But yeah, good to hear you, Nick. And yeah, you weren't yet. You haven't been in for a couple of weeks, something like that. So good to have you in here. And yep, Merry Christmas is coming. And I suppose I got to start thinking about that too. But I got to get through my birthdays first. That's on Tuesday. So not a significant year change, but everyone is significant here. Anyway, good to hear you. Let's see, Fred, to answer your question about Mirror Lake, there are lots and lots of mirror lakes, and this particular mirror lake that I live on is the biggest mirror lake in New Hampshire. It is in New Hampshire, however, it's not in the Adirondacks. And I am aware of the Mirror Lake in New York as well. So, but there are I think Wayne SSJ figured out there are 5 mirror lakes in New Hampshire alone. So it is a very popular name. But this is the Mirror Lake in the town of Mirror Lake. And I live on Mirror Lake Drive. That's about as Mirror Lakey as it gets. But I figured I'd let you know about that, Fred. All right, let's have a quick call up here, and then we'll go out and grab Steve out there on the Slater. So do we have more chickens for the lonely guys? Go ahead, WA1QAX. That was a minimum of a double. I got Frank, WA1GFZ. Who else do we have out there?
E2GMY.
All right, very good. Let's have you guys in here. Let's see. I already had you, Howard, but thanks for verifying that. WA1GFZ and N1YTN. Good to have you guys in here. The topic is about being prepared for winter. With all the snow, it kind of reminded me, you're not prepared. And boy, I was not prepared. I'm a little more prepared now, but certainly not completely ready. So, are you prepared for winter? And if not, what have you got left to do? So, Steve, W2TRH on the Slater. Hopefully you're there and not interacting with somebody. This is WA1QAX and the Lonely Guy standing by.
Yeah, WA1QAX and the Lonely Guy. They were trying to set current cover that's smaller than that. We have an operator sector. But anyway, as far as winter goes, I am partially set up for it. And by the way, Howard, if you're hearing me, you're like 25 over here on the ship today. In the further station away, I think. Not that signal down there, Howard. The generator bridges down in there, down main power, and it's got a broken part on it, which makes it rather unusable. Again, the system started generating switch it over to I could get it going in a pinch, but it's not going to go. What I ultimately would love to do is use my generators that are hooked up to the gas supply. That's the ultimate goal for the power of the whole house. Putting the hand in there for I see a lot of buildup. I don't want to have people in the just off of the bottom on the wireless. I see a little buildup on it. Let me wrap the side of the cable to get down this buildup. Instead of being cleaned up, there's a 2-way down. But they will probably get put up in a lot of stress. I'll do that by taking the stress out. You guys put in the results. Last time. So for the first time in close to 4 years, I've got 2 computers back in place for the station. So I'm not 100% prepared, but I'm doing okay. And look at everybody else in the car. There's other people out there that got their stuff together a lot more than I have. That's for sure from the conversations I've listened to. So, hey, back over to you, Steve, and I think the stations are coming today. The shipping is there. WA1QAX phone.
E2GMY.
Yeah, very good, Steve. I thought I heard somebody else calling, but we'll check on that in a minute. W2TRH, WA1QIX, and the Lonely Guys. And yeah, you get one of those, like a 12.5 kilowatt or something like that. That'll run your whole place. So you may not need anything that big. If you don't have a well pump, you can actually get away with a lot smaller generator, and everything will be fine. Because houses don't use that much power to probably get away with 6 kilowatt or so type of thing. But it's always good to have, and something that it's a good preparedness method to measure a load, not specifically what you want. Well, here we lose power all the time, so it doesn't really matter. Anyway, good to hear you, Steve. Good luck fixing the stuff on the Slater there that you're working on. And we'll be talking to you, of course. All right, let's have a call, because I heard somebody else checking in. Who do we have checking into the Lonely Guys?
E2GMY.
All right, John, we got you. WB2 EMY, or GMY. WB2 GMY. Good to have you in here. And thanks for being part of that. We'll call you in shortly, actually. There's not that many people ahead of you here on the list. All right, right over to Howard. Hello, Howard. We did talk on the telly, but I bet you're totally ready for winter, because you're a prepared kind of guy. You just don't like that. VE2AED, WA1QIX, and the Lonely Guys.
So we're pretty well all set. I'm going to probably take a walk up to the antenna today and just check a few things. I usually keep batteries on the gearbox for the power rotating. Gearbox is a place with. Seems to get thick in the winter, so I put on little, it doesn't take much really, like a 50 or 75 watt heaters, and I drop liquid actually car batteries. I take these transmission boxes, one's really good. Circumferences is really perfect for high battery wind. So I just been out there and I plug them in every winter. And I just find that the towers are much more quickly. You can feel by looking at the screens that you can see the difference at minus 30 degrees and 0 degrees Celsius. So you can tell you that the winter once it hits minus 20, change outside of that. Aside from that, just a few other things. I actually have to put my snow tires on today. I'm looking forward to it, but somebody has to do it. Imagine running around with Miss Ellen in her car, because she has her winter tires on already. I haven't done mine. I would imagine you probably have similar years down there. Yes, I've been out of town just to quickly. I was out in LA for a week visiting family. We were invited down for U.S. Thanksgiving as we are every year. I went down there. But we left quickly. Southern California's got its real problems right now. There are a lot of gangs doing what they call smash and grab. I don't know if you've heard of that, but it's pretty awful. And we've sort of been near some of these. It's become a company. WA1QIX and the group. Hope I sounded good. Here I am. Everything's on frequency and crispy with me.
Yeah, you sound wonderful. The signal's very clean, very, very pleasant to listen to. VE2AED, WA1QIX, oh, very good. Came down to the States for a thing. Yeah, well, I know about that stuff going on in California and other badly run cities and areas as well. It's horrible. It's not the United States that I grew up in. This is not a good situation, and the inmates are running the asylum at this point. Anyway, we can talk about that at another point in time. Thanks very much for being part of that. All right, and we'll chat during the week sometime. All right, let's see. Right over to Paul there, and then Frank, GF said, Glenn and John over there, Huppersville. We'll have another call up in there, though, so don't worry. KB1IAW. Another Mr. Prepared guy, I guarantee it. WA1QIX and the Lonely Guys. So I will give it right to you there, Dean. So I thought I heard you say you signed out. So I didn't forget. I made a mistake. But we'll get right to you next. Thank you. Yeah, KB1IAW, WA1QIX, and the Lonely Guys. Yeah, very good, Paul. Yeah, that's it. The pictures. This is Paul had posted some pictures on Facebook about this thing that he's working with, and that big frame and all that. Always got a million projects going. That's good. Anyway, good to hear you. Thanks very much for being part of the net. And look for you next week. It's been a little while since you checked in here, since May. So very, very great. Very great to hear you. And I apologize for my error. So right over to you, K2WW, WA1QIX, and the Lone Guys.
hearing your voice.
Fine there, Dean. I'm sorry about the mess up there. I don't know why I thought you were trying to K2WW, WA1QIX and oil guys. Very good. Very interesting. Well, the whole winter thing in any northern climate, including where you are, is to be prepared for. But excellent signal, very strapping. And, the K3 sounds, I think they're running that now. It sounds, it's communication quality, but it sounds fine. It's clean. There's no issues whatsoever. So, really quite a good signal. So we're glad to have you in here. Thanks for being part of the net. And we'll look for you next week, hopefully. All right, right over to Frank and then Glenn and then John. So WA1GFZ, WA1QIX with the lonely guys.
Yeah, WA1QAX in the group WA1GFZ. Hey, excuse me if I'm panting. I just ran outside to shoot a squirrel off of my sword feeder. Somehow it got up there and it was clinging on it going to town. Yeah, I'm all set to go. I started the snowblower on the first pull. And I use a solvent called Seafoam. I add that to my gas. But that's probably similar to what Nick is talking about. It works really well. And I run the machine dry at the end of the season, so there's nothing in there to dump on. I filled it full of gas and yanked the cord, started right up. So it's all set to go. I got a new shed, so I didn't have to lug up out of the basement. So we are good to go. Probably the only thing we need to do for snow is just to bring a couple of shovels inside to get out the snow. Now the DD2 on LA. I lived in LA in the 80s and I could see that coming. When you create a situation where a lot of people are desperate, that's what happens. You outsource jobs, let wages go low enough that you can't survive. People are going to do what they got to do to eat. That's the bottom line. So, Steve, I got the server power supply module up and running yesterday. I can't do the final assembly on it because I had to order some 3/4 inch reverse the polarity, I had to take the thing all apart to verify there was no close connections, but I was able to actually have it set up so both outputs are flowing right now. And it had a big bead on the negative output, so I bought some. I ordered some big beads, so I put them on both, and probably some on the inputs, because they are switching regulators, and they do throw off some stuff, but if I put a bunch of beads on the power lead, it seems to control it pretty well. But I had it up and running with 2 power supplies, and I'm going to wire it so I can have 3 on each side, and just use one side at a time. 3 of them will give me 170 amps, so that will be sufficient. And I don't want to go with 4 because I'd probably have to run another line. But 3 would be just right to get it to power. And I was just looking, and as I was running back in, I noticed there's no wind today, so I do want to shoot up a line over a tree and move this dipole a little bit to get a better spot out in the clear. It's getting to be about weather, so we can do that today. So back to you. WA1QIX in the group, WA1GXL.
Yeah, very good. Well, I'm going to really, it's very going to be interesting to hear that thing on the air with full power. I would love to hear that. You probably could use 4 power supplies. I don't know if you need another line because you won't be pulling any more current. You know, really, the amount of power will be the same, but you'll just be not pushing the power supplies as hard. That's what I would do, but maybe even 3 if you're not pushing them too near their limit. Anyway, good to hear you, Frank, as usual, and thanks for being part of the net. And we'll be chatting. All right, right over to Glenn there, N1YTN, WA1QIX and the Lonely Guys.
Well, that sounds like fun. N1YTN, WA1QIX, and the Lonely Guys. Yeah, I guess it's arriving this afternoon. Very good. Well, you're a reasonably forward thinker, and so you're trying to get everything lined up there. It's funny about the whole thing with the credit card and all that. Anyway, good to hear you, Glenn, as always, and we will be talking with you. And thanks for being part of the net. All right, let's grab John over there, and then we'll have another call-up. So WB2GMY, WA1QIX, and the Lonely Guys.
Hi, this is WA1QIX, the rest of the group. This is WB2GMY, Whiskey Bravo 2, Golf Mike Yankee. All right, it's 36 degrees here, cloudy, top result today. John, Japan, Oscar, Hotel, November. The rig here that we're running is a Valiant. And the receiver is a Drake R4B. The mic is a D104, unamplified. And the tuner here is a Johnson kilowatt matchbox, feeding 450 ohm ladder line to a 135-foot dipole. It's set up as an inverted V. So that's the rundown here. And usually we're on a couple of other nets. I just heard about you guys maybe a week or two ago. Or I stumbled upon you by accident. So we have a couple of AM rigs here. The one is the Valiant, the other is a Ranger. And we also got a little Holocrafters HT40, which we've sometimes used on AM. So that's the story here. We'd like to homebrew our own equipment. Right now, I'm just gathering some parts for this pine board transmitter project, and that should be an interesting build. We also build things like power supplies, transmitters, different stuff like that. So back to net control, WA1QIX. This is WB2GMY.
Yeah, very fine indeed, WB2GMY. Well, I'm glad you took time to get on the Lonely Guys with us, John. And yeah, you're those pine boards. I've heard a bunch of those on the air. You know, they can sound good if you make some modifications. You know, the design is not fantastic as far as audio and hum goes, but you know, with some reasonable modifications, you can actually make them sound good. Anyway, thanks for being part of the net. Of course, you're Lonely Guy number 514. I don't know if I even knew that or not there, John, but you're doing great. Signal is excellent, and we're here every Saturday, so please get in with us as often as you can. All right, well, we have actually reached the end of the list, so let's have a call-up and see if we have any more stations who would like to be part of the Lonely Guys this morning. Any more stations for the Lonely Guys? We will carry on until everybody has checked in. This is WA1QIX. You, Harrison. Good to have you in here. It's been a while since June 2020, for crying out loud. It's been over a year. W1HAF. I heard Charlie back in there. That is good. N1XZW. We'll turn it over to you in just a moment. Were there other stations checking into the Lonely Guy? Nothing heard. Okay, very good. Nice to have you on here, Harrison. Of course, Charlie. Yeah, the question of the day is about preparedness for winter. Are you prepared for winter? You know, we have had snow and we've had freezing temperatures. It sort of gave me a kick in the butt and says, you better get prepared because you're not. So I wonder if anybody else was as bad off as me. So right over to you there, Charlie, N1XZW, and then right over to Harrison. N1XZW, W1QIX, and the Lone Guys. Yep, I'm with you. I am never ready for winter either. I would prefer if it stayed summer all the time. Well, very good, Charlie. You were out welding on the snowplow, I think you said. I heard most of that. Yeah, you're fairly weak here, but I think you said you're something for the antenna possibly. Anyway, thanks for being part of the net, and of course we'll be chatting with you. All right, then let's see. Over to you, Harrison. It's been a long time. Wonder how things are going with you. We haven't heard from you since 2020. Let's see. Back in 2020, you said you were going to retire, so maybe you did that. W1HAF, WA1QIX, and the Lonely Guys. fine there, Harrison. Yeah, no problem. W1HAF, W1QIX, and the only guys. I'm sorry about I think he said he hurt his back being on disability there, so that's never good. So be careful of that. And all the best with healing there. And really great to hear you. It's been, like I said, since June 20th of 2020, so quite a while there, Harrison. It's nice to have you here with us on the net. All right, we have once again reached the end of the list, so we'll have another call up here and see if there's anybody else who would like to be part of the Lonely Guys this morning. If so, we'll carry on. If not, we'll close out for the day. So do we have more check-ins for the Lonely Guys? This is WA1QI.
Alpha Bravo 2, Oscar Echo, Richmond.
All right, let me see here. AB2OE. I don't believe you're a member of the Lonely Guys here. Let's see. Yep, all right, AB2OE. We'll just make an entry for you here. I think we've talked before, but maybe not. I don't have any entry in my other logbook either, so maybe this is a new contact for me. AB2OE. This is WA1 Queen Item X-Ray. My name is Steve, located in Mirror Lake, New Hampshire. What is your name? Where are you located? And what are you running there? AB2OE from WA1 Queen Item X-Ray.
Hey, thank you, Steve. Good morning. You're listening in on the net. Really enjoy it. And first time in on the net. Don't get much time on 75 meters. I'm running a diet, restore diet. Listening on a Hammerman HQ170. And also Web SDR. Have a high noise level in my neighborhood. So, just enjoying the conversation. We don't have that much preparation down here in Richmond. We get snow and it's gone by 2 o'clock in the afternoon usually. Sometimes we get 4 inches. But we do get power failures in the winter. So I have 2 generators. I have a 12 kilowatt for the whole house and I have a 6 to 8 kilowatt for the shop. And that's pretty much it. Traveling in AM for about 5 years, and I still work for WA1QAX. This is Alpha Bravo 2, Virginia, about 10 miles west of the city of Richmond.
Yeah, AB2OE, this is WA1QIX. Boy, I had a lot of difficulty there. The signal sort of faded because it is late in the day, but still, I was unable to copy much. I did get that you're running a Valiant. I did get that much of it, but I had difficulty, and I tried a different receiver that I have access to, and I couldn't hear much better there either. So I apologize for the band conditions. That's the way sometimes 75 meters gets during the daytime. I'm not sure what you're running for an antenna. I didn't hear well enough, but I did get that you're running a Valiant. So we're here every Saturday morning, so get in with us again. Love to hear you under better conditions there. I'm sorry that I was unable to copy, and I was pretty much unable to copy. Here and there I would get something. Just the way the conditions are. So thank you very much for checking in with us this morning. All right, let's see if we have any more check-ins for the Lonely Guys. So we'll continue on for a little bit more, but otherwise we're going to close out for the day. So do we have any more check-ins for the day? Ah, you're back there, Chet. Go ahead. chat. Very good. N1GIC, WA1QIX, and the Lonely Guys. Yeah. Well, your power came right back up quickly. And I've not had breakfast yet. Normally I have eaten it by now, but I was kind of busy. I was making this lentil soup here, so it's just kind of, cooking in the background now. And good to hear you, Chet. Thanks. I'm glad you got back in here, and we'll be talking to you, obviously. All right. I think we're going to close it. All right, one more check-in, see if there's anybody else out there, and then we're going to close it. This is the last call for the Lonely Guys. WA1QIX. Yeah, it's just somebody with sound in the background and not talking. Do we have any more check-ins for the Lonely Guys before we close out for the day? This is WA1 Queen out of Richmond.
Kilowatt 2, Bravo, Lima, Charlie.
I thought I heard somebody, but I'm not sure. Please try it again. Yep, I hear you just fine there, Jeff. Was there somebody else? Go ahead there, Jeff. The topic of the day is, are you prepared? Have you made all your preparations for winter? Are you ready for winter? WB1ELU, WA1QIX, and the Lonely Guys. That sounds pretty good there, Jeff. I don't know if it's wrong or not. I haven't looked at it for weather predictions in years. I do not know there, Jeff. I haven't even thought about it. The weather prognosticators are so wrong most of the time. It's like hard to know. All right, well, we're going to close out the net because I think we've run out of people to check in, and I need to go do some other stuff. So this has been the Lonely Guys for the 4th of December. This is the last Lonely Guys before I'm another year older. Next week I will be a year older. 4th of December 2021. We got a lot of check-ins. Good topic and interesting things that people had to say. So nice enjoyable net as usual. So this is WA1QIX closing out the Lonely Guys for this morning and turning the frequency over to normal. Whatever that means with this group. Amateur use, and everybody have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Enjoy your day, Steve. Very good today. Yes, everybody else. I'm going to have to see what we're going to do. Anyway, you enjoy your day. KT2FX, the Cat.
letting my soup simmer on the burner here for about 30 minutes. Lentil soup going. The only thing is I thought I had more green lentils than I did. I thought I had a cup of those little green lentils, and I only had about a third of a cup of them, so I used a combination of green and red lentils. The red lentils cook rather differently than the green lentils, so it's going to be an interesting lentil soup for sure. The only reason why there's a delay is because I'm sometimes not right at the microphone. And I'm here in my kitchen. I'm operating from the kitchen here at the moment. And so sometimes I'm over by the stove or something like that. So I don't, and plus I don't like to quick key anyway. I want to let other people get in here. So that is probably the reason for the delay. All right, very good, Jeff. And I heard John, there's several other people, so maybe somebody will be carrying on a QSO here. I'm just going to pull the aligners off my teeth and make some breakfast here. We'll probably do that in the opposite order. If I cook the breakfast and when I'm ready to eat, take the aligners out. So that's what I'm going to go and do at the moment here. I'm really hungry. WA1QIX, listening, but getting food ready.
Very good, Steve. I'm going to give a call here. I'm curious about something here. I want to see if I can call John. That's right next door to my daughter. WB2GMY. Are you still listening there, John? This is John in Catskill, KC2FXE, giving you a call. I heard him check in Harpersville, New York, and I said, wow, that's right next door to my daughter's. Same travel route when we go out that way. All farmland out there. I just didn't realize there was anybody in the amateur world out that way. Well, maybe I'll get to talk to him at some point here. It'd be interesting because I could check out my daughter this way. Because he's like 2 minutes from my daughter where he is. Anyway, everybody have a good day. I guess we're going to get something else going on here. This is KC2FXE, Catskill, New York. Hey, buddy. The USS Slater. How you doing there, Steve? Okay, I guess someone's coming up right there. Just covered you up that last second, but go down to East Durham, huh? What's going on in East Durham? It's Monday. Yeah, there's somebody tuning up for something there. Hey, he come in there just as you said East Durham, so I didn't catch up what's going on there. That's just up the road from there. East Durham. At the base of the mountain there. Oh, I gotta wake up. It's after 11. Alright, I guess the tuner up is done, I guess. I don't know. KC2FX. Hey, I hear you through them, but I guess someone decided to tune up. WCCO 8 reports later. Yeah, I'll listen from the old CCS 13 John Devaney. It's a new IT job on there. At the pharmaceutical company on Route 145. Over.
Okay. All right. What's going on upstairs? Is this your new work you take?
Well, it's a new job, yeah.
Oh, you're that close now, huh? Oh, you're just up the road now. Yeah, we have to go, let's see, East Durham, I mean, yeah, we could go over to, well, you're on 145, so, you have to go to, what the hell's that bar right there? Right, there's three of them right on the main street there. One's a nice Irish one.
I saw that on one trip down I already did. I know the one you mean. It's like a pub type place or something like that. But, yeah, that's just down the road along 145. That's just down the road from Carroll, right?
Yeah, it's just up the road from Carroll. Yeah, you're east of, or west of Carroll, yeah. Yeah, you're just west of Carroll. Oh, yeah, Carroll will be on, Cairo is on 23, and you're going northwest on 145, yep. So, yeah, cool, beans. Well, good deal. I hope the new job is turning out what you thought, and you're doing okay up there. Anyway, KC2FXC.
Well, yeah, it'll be my first day down there. Let's see them. Hopefully it works out to be a good place. We'll see.
Good deal, Al. W1VTP KC2FXC with the group. Yeah, very good. That Sammy's getting acclimated to the house and being around somebody that don't beat him, I guess. I don't know what happened. He must have had some trauma prior to you getting him, because he sounded like he was quite spooky before you got him. But he's settling down, and good. He's making a good lap kitty. That's what you want. I got one laying on my lap right now. He keeps coming in. Every time I come in this room, I'll sit down, and it only takes him 2 minutes. In the door he goes, and he's up on my lap. What do you want? You're a big baby. You know that? You're a big spoiled baby. Come on. But that's good there, Al. That's very good. That's going on. Good, Steve. I guess Monday's your first day then. Okay. Well, we'll have to check back next week and see how the week's been. Now, 145, I hope you're prepared for icy and snow. It gets nasty up there in the winter. So I hope you got some good tires on that vehicle.
Yeah, I didn't check them out. I never thought about that. I just thought it took a little bit longer to get to work, and leave a little bit earlier. Because the GPS has been going down, of course, Route 32 for a while.
EPP can do a good job.
Is that same job, Steve, that had kind of the false start and they wanted to re-verify your information and all that? Is that you're finally starting?
Yeah, that's that point. It's the Indian consulting company. I'll just say it out loud and I don't care. They're morons. This is not all of them. Not too much. This particular outfit. Most of them are finally not clear up yet.
Very good. Excellent. Excellent. Go ahead, John. WA1QIX. Eaton breakfast.
Go ahead, Al. Okay. I don't know, I got some low-level noise that just started up here. It sounds like a high-pitched whine, like someone just turned something on in the neighborhood here. So I'm not hearing anything low level there. But that's good, Steve. Yeah, I guess they got you coming down. Well, if you're going 81, you get off the thruway at Cooksaki, which is 23B. Or 23B? 23, yeah, 23, let's see, Catskill 20, it's 21, 21A, B, and C, that's what it is. A, B, yeah, 21, 21A, 21B, that's 21B, I believe. And have you come through Cooksaki, then take a right on 81, go up to Greenville, 145. That's probably what they got you, that's probably what your GPS is telling you to do. I've been up through that way, yeah. And then you can actually, you can come down the other way through Ravina and get on 67. Get back in there. Yeah, you know, I know back through there, you're back in the sticks back in there anyway, so it's going to be an off-road no matter where you go back in through there. But good. I'll have to check with you, see how it works out for you there. A couple days, I guess. Good deal. Anyway, I see Steve's still making breakfast, or you enjoying it, Steve? Yeah, I'm all done. Bonnie made some breakfast this morning, some scrambled eggs, some taters, and it worked out just right. When I got finished at my turn there, she goes, breakfast, so it turned out work. I just went out, I just finished, come back in. So we're all done here. Now we're getting ready to, I'm waiting for it to warm up a little bit before I go back outside. It says 40 degrees here, but if I go outside, the thermometer on the porch says it's just a little over 30, so it's like 33 or 34. I think it will warm up a few more degrees. It's supposed to get like 41, 42 today, which is a little warmer, you know, it's better than being out there with chilly pizza. Get something done outside, I guess. We'll see. I guess she wants to put lights up. And then with the conversation we had on the net, I think I should go out there and see if the snowblower is going to start. I haven't played with it since the fall. I know it's full of fuel because I filled it up before I shut it down. I used Marine Tech, the marine grade fuel additive. It was supposed to work better than the red stuff. It's the blue stuff they put in the gas. That's supposed to work better and last longer than the other stuff. It maintains the fuel for a couple of years. So we'll have to go out and try it. Make sure it fires up. It's an old machine. I mean, the machine was built back in 1973. It's an old Toro. And we picked it up 4 years ago at the lawnmower shop up the road that closed now. It's closed down, so we picked it up there. It's doing pretty good, you know. Try to change the oil when I can. Try to do it about every other year. Depends on how much work I do in the winter with it. It's an 8-horse old 8-horse era Toro. So there's an old Toro. It's built just like the Aaron's one, with the rubber disc for transmission type setup. You have three forward gears and two reverse gears, I guess. Speeds, not gears, because they're not gears. It's just a big disc. It changes position on the disc, changes your speed. So anyway, I'll get out there and play with that, I guess, today. So weather warms up a little bit, just a bit. Anyway, alrighty, guys. You guys carry on. I guess we had some tuner-uppers there and there, and they probably don't hear us anyway because the way the band is stretching out here. Oh, it's good to hear you, Steve. Mr. TRH, haven't heard you in a while. I guess you're busy doing other things. I know the weekend is the SS Slater, but I don't hear you when you're home. Oh, gosh. Anyway, everybody do good things, I guess. Everybody have a good day. I guess I'm going to go finish getting dressed here and see what we're going to do outside. See what these lamps look like that she bought. She bought these LEDs. We're going into the new world, LEDs instead of incandescent. She bought these LED strings and I don't know, these clips, I guess, clip on the end of the tarp on the shingles on the edge of the roof. I hate to do that. I just put some shingles up there. I don't need them breaking them off. I guess that's what they are. They clip on the edge of the shingle, and then the wire hangs off a little hook on the end of it. So we'll have to see what these look like. Do something like that today. Anyway, you all carry on whatever you're going to do today. And I guess that's all I got to blabber about today. Anyway, we'll talk to everybody later. KC2FXA, we got to go. Bye now.
Doubling. Yeah, see you later, Al. I was going to ask you something about leg cramps. I'm getting these really bad leg cramps after I play pickleball. But, catch me on it when you're done with eating or something like that. Anyway, let me get it right over to Steve so he can think about it. WA1QIX. Go ahead, Steve. I guess he had to go do something. WA1QIX. didn't really think about salt as a culprit. I thought about magnesium. So I have magnesium that I rub on my skin, and that helps a lot. Intradermal, you get a lot of, or intradermal, you get a lot of magnesium that way. And I thought perhaps I was, partially dehydrated, because you really do. We play in it's a warm, dry room. It's a big, huge gymnasium. We have 3 pickleball courts, so the room is very dry. And yeah, I was drinking water the whole time. But, yeah, I've had it happen a couple of times after, riding bikes in the summertime. Obviously, you're sweating there. Or, long hikes, and they're real bad cramps. I'm sure you, sounds like you've had them. They're like really bad in my calves and my thighs. They were waking me up last night. I got up, rubbed on a bunch more magnesium, drank. I would say I drank a quart of water. And after that, things were better. So yeah, it's kind of a pain. Go ahead. No, I don't take any medications at all. In fact. Well, you get the same pattern, but depending on the scope that you have, it may or may not be particularly responsive. It depends. They're all different. I have 2 analog scopes and a digital scope here. And the digital scope is a really good one. It's a, what is it, a Tektronix MSO. I mean, it was $3,500. I mean, it's a real oscilloscope. But it's not real good for monitoring modulation envelopes, because it doesn't respond instantaneously like an analog scope will. So that's something to consider. That the analog scopes will they'll do some things better, and that's one of the things they do better is monitor dynamically changing waveforms, like modulation envelopes. You could get a modulation. They're out there, and they're fairly reasonable, actually. Quite reasonable, actually. So that's another possibility. But yeah, it depends on the scope. But in my experience, for monitoring the modulation envelope, the analog scope is better. I've got a Tektronix 475 analog scope, and I have another Tektronix. I got a 485. Right? The Tektronix 485, and the analog scopes are just better. And then the other thing is I guess that's it. Back to you there, John. Yeah, very good. WB1GGL, WA1QIX. Yeah, excellent. Yeah, they're. Yeah, I really like my 475A. I mean, it's all solid state, it's a modern scope. But it's it's not a new, it's not brand new or anything. It still works. But yeah, at least with my digital, that's a darn good digital oscilloscope. It's not really good for modulation envelopes because the waveform changes very quickly. So I ended up, if I need to look, I mean, I've got the modulation monitor here, one Radio Engineering Associates mod monitor, and that has an oscilloscope on it. And so I just use that. It has the meters and the oscilloscope display, so that's kind of nice. And I just use that, and that's very responsive. Whoop. My soup is ready for my attention, so really good, Don. I got to run over to the stove here. I'm in the kitchen. I'm listening. I got to do the next step in the lentil soup cooking process here. WB1GGL and WA1QIX. lentil soup is done. I dare try some and see how it came out. Hopefully it's good. Yeah, I just want to taste test it, see if it needs anything. I haven't added any salt to it yet, but I don't think I need it. The chicken broth I used had salt, so I don't think it needs any salt.
I believe that is
Yeah, I think.
I don't know if you heard what I said. I was announcing upstairs because I thought that he wants to know for listening, although there's a tuner, so I can tune in now. It's for listening. You can tell it's 4 feet off the ground. My property might be left.
Yeah, I heard you say that. I want to try it. Boy, that's pretty good. Yep, that's very nice. It took 2 weeks to get over that. I didn't go and get any medications or anything like that. I just fought it off with saline and the zinc and saline in the nose and the zinc and vitamin C and rest. But that knocked me out. That was a pain in the rear end. I don't have that.
Today I was perfectly healthy.
Yeah, if I'm kind of the same way. N1XZW, WA1QIX. Yeah. I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, I did hear what you said earlier, about the other nonsense there. I knew you were on that PW setup there. I could barely hear you. So this one is a whole lot better. So I hope you feel better. It's never fun to have something like that. I think the lentil soup is successful. It's a spicy recipe, so it's got it's nice. I like lentil soup no matter what, but this has got some spices in it. It's got some cumin and coriander and a little bit of quarter teaspoon of red cayenne pepper. So it's got a little spice to it. Got a little.
Oh, I've done that. You get spicy stuff up in your nasal pan. Oh yeah, it's really bad. Oh man, you really got it up there. Yeah, that's where some nasal irrigation or, saline solution up there or something like that probably would have helped clean that out. Oh, Navage. Oh, is it Navage? I think it's called Navage, isn't it? Yep, nasal irrigation, they call it. Navage. Yeah, I've never used Navage. I've just done. Excuse me. I've just done, saline, and it seems to work pretty well. But you can only put so much saline up there. You gotta be careful because, at least for me, causing my ears to ring with too much salt in the nasal cavity. Anyway, well, this seems to be a success. It needs to simmer a little more. I got it back on the stove here. And the lentils were still just very slightly chewy, a little too chewy. And the carrots, or the carrot pieces that I cut up, were still a little chewy, so I figured I'd let it simmer for a little while, and that will soften those vegetables right up. Yeah, that's how I like pasta, and I like oatmeal that way too. I like oatmeal to be essentially not even cooked, almost like porridge kind of thing. It's not cooked. The oats are still pretty intact. And that's a lot of fiber. You get a lot of fiber into your system that way. But lentils, I don't know. I've never been a fan of chewy lentils. Where you can really, where it's almost crunchy, not quite. So I figured maybe another 10 or 15 minutes simmering, and then I'll turn it off and let it cool down. I'll put it outside. Put it out on a natural refrigerator, and then warm it up for tonight's dinner. So I ran out of. I thought I had green lentils. I thought I had a bag of them. I thought it was still half full. So I poured it out, and I had like a third of a cup of green lentils, which is what I typically use. I had a bag of red lentils. I said, oh boy, I'm going to have to use red lentils, which usually they dissolve more than green lentils. So, but I had to use them. That's all I had. The soup was well underway.
So you cook the 1/3 red lentils or 1/3 green lentils and 2/3 red lentils. Yeah, so far it tastes good. Certainly will be satisfying dinner for the next few days. One thing about lentil soup or chili or something like that, you know, if you're a single person by yourself, you can get easily 3 or 4 dinners out of it. Yep. Or you could save yourself all the bother and just run a piece of coax cable between where the upstairs station is or whatever station it is and your current station with a little antenna switch and switch between the 2 rigs and you'd be all set.
I know what you mean. What I ended up doing here is I used a relay. So it's an automatic antenna switch. If the transmitter upstairs, and the way mine works actually, it doesn't actually switch the switch. Well, yes, it does too when the transmitter turns on. It does it automatically. And that's a very convenient way to do it. I suppose the other, yeah, you know, I mean, it would be unlikely to have both on at the same time, but if you did, one would have to be, you know, one would have to have priority over the other one. Yeah, having a switch where, you know, you have to walk far to change it. That's what I ended up doing. I took a mini box, and put 3 coax connectors in it, and you know, pretty decent relay. And I use that as the, that's the switch between transmitters. And it's in my case, the relay is a big relay. I think it's a 30 amp relay. That works out well, but I didn't have to know that. But I use it every day, so. The other thing is I can switch remotely, because the relay is controlled remotely. Anyway, I've got to sign off here at the moment. So they're good hearing on with a good signal there, Charlie. I gotta sign out for a bit here. Check out a couple other things. So I will say best of 73s for now. And we'll talk to you later, for sure. N1X ZW, and no group, WA1QIX. I don't know, actually. No, I think people use them with Valiants and stuff like that, so they can handle, you know, at least 150 watts. All right, very good, Charlie. I think that would work, you know, perfectly fine. Yeah, should work. And it's an easy setup, and the relay is already shielded, so you don't have to put it in a box or anything like that. Anyway, could be a plan. N1X ZW, WA1QIX, signing for now.